The Writings of Thomas Jefferson, Autobiography, 1821. At the age of 77, I begin to make some memoranda and state some recollections of dates and facts concerning myself for my own more ready reference and for the information of my family. The tradition in my father's family was that their ancestor came to this country from Wales and from near the mountain of Snowdon, the highest in geography. I noted once a case from Wales in the law reports where a person of our name was either pie or deaf, and one of the same name was secretary to the Virginia Company. These are the only instances in which I had met with the name in that country. I have found it in early records, but the first particular information I have of any ancestor was one no Jefferson was ever secretary of the Virginia Company, but John Jefferson was a member of the company. He came to Virginia in the Bona Nova in 1619. 3-4. The Writings of Etche 1, 1743. My grandfather, who lived at the place in Chesterfield called Osborne Est and Ound. The lands afterwards, the glebe of the parish. He had 3 sons, Thomas, who died young, Field, who settled on the waters of Roanoke and left numerous descendants, and Peter, my father, who settled on the lands I still own, called Shadwell, 2 adjoining my pigeons. He was born Feb. 29, 1707-8, and intermarried 1739 with Jane Randolph of the age of 19. Dora of Isham Rand, Dolph, one of the 7 sons of that name and family, settled at Dungeness and Google. They traced their pedigree far back in England and Scotland, to which let everyone ascribe the faith and merit he chooses. My father's education had been quite neglected, but being of a strong mind, sound judgment, and eager after information, he read much and improved himself, insomuch that he was chosen with Joshua Fry, professor of Matham, in W&M College to continue the boundary line between Virginia and N. Caroline, which had been begun by Cullow Bird, and was afterwards employed with the same Mr. E. Fried to make the ist map of Virginia 3, which had ever been made, that of Cap Smith being merely a conjectural sketch. They possessed excellent materials for so much of the country as is below the Blue Ridge, little being then known beyond that ridge. He was the one this was kept. Thomas Jefferson, son of Thomas Ann Murray, Branch Jefferson of Henrico Company, he married Mary Field. The house lot of 400 acres was purchased from William Randolph by, and quote, Henry Weatherbourne's biggest bowl of Iraq punch, and quote, 3 engraved and printed on 4 sheets in London in 1751 by Thomas Jeffreys. The name Shadwell, which it contains, is even then one of the most western of settlements. Thomas 1743 Kie, Jefferson 5, 3 or 4th settler of the part of the country in which I live, which was about 1737. He died Aug 17th. 1757, leaving my mother a widow who lived till 1776, with 6 daughters and 2 sons, myself the elder one to my younger brother. He left his estate on James River, called Snowdon, after the supposed birthplace of the family. To myself, the lands on which I was born and live. He placed me at the English school at 5 years of age, and at the Latin at 9, where I continued until his death. My teacher, Mr. Douglas, too, a clergyman from Scotland, was but a superficial Latinist, less instructed in Greek, but with the rudiments of these languages, he taught me French, and on the death of my father, I went to the Red. Mr. Maury III, a correct classical scholar, with whom I continued 2 years, and then went to W.M. and Mary College, to wit, in the spring of 1760, where I continued 2 years. It was my great good fortune, and what probably fixed one in Colonel Peter Jefferson's prayer book, in the handwriting of Thomas Jefferson, are the following entries, and quote, Jane Jefferson, Mary Thomas. Elizabeth Martha, Peter Field a son, 6, the writings of Illy 76. The destinies 5 of my life, that Dr. W.M. Buddy. Small of Scotland was then professor of mathematics, a man profound in most of the useful branches of science, with a happy talent of communication, correct and gentlemanly manners, and an enlarged and liberal mind. He, most happily for me, became soon attached to me, and made me his daily companion when not engaged in the school. And from his conversation, I got my first views of the expansion of science and of the system of things in which we are placed. Fortunately, a philosophical chair became vacant soon after my arrival at college, and he was appointed to fill it per interim. And he was the first who ever gave, and in that college, regular lectures in ethics, rhetoric, belles lettres. He returned to Europe in 1762, having previously filled up the measure of his goodness to me by procuring for me, from his most intimate friend G. Wythe, a reception as a student of law under his direction, and introduced me to the acquaintance and familiar table of Governor Fauquier, the ablest man who had ever filled that office. Wythe, his amici omnium horarum, and myself formed a party quore, and to the habitual conversations on these occasions I owed much instruction. Wythe continued to be my faithful and beloved mentor in youth, and my most affectionate friend through life. In 1767, he led me into the practice of the law at the bar of the General Court, at which I continued until the Revolution shut up the courts of justice. And ye for a sketch of the life character of Mr. Wythe, see my letter of Aug. 31, 20 to Mr. Wythe. John Saunderson, Thomas, in 1769. Jefferson 7 in 1769. I became a member of the legislature by and the choice of the county in which I live, continued in that until it was closed by the Revolution. I made one effort in that body for the permission of the emancipation of slaves, one which was rejected, and indeed, during the regal government, nothing liberal could expect success. Our minds were circumscribed within narrow limits by an habitual belief that it was our duty to be subordinate to the mother country in all matters of government, to direct all our labors in subservience to her interests, and even to observe a bigoted intolerance for all religions but hers. The difficulties with our representatives were of habit and despair, not of reflection and conviction. Experience soon proved that they could bring their minds to rights on the first some moments of their attention, but the king as council, which acted as another house of legislature, held their places at will and were in most humble obedience to that will. The governor, too, who had a negative on our laws, held by the same tenure, and with still greater devotedness to it. And last of all, the royal negative closed the last door to every hope of amelioration. On the ist of January, 1772, I was married to Martha Skelton, widow of Bathurst Skelton, and daughter of John Wales, then 23 years old. Mr. Wales was a lawyer of much practice, to which he won under the Act, or at George II. No slave was to be set, end quote, free upon envy pretense whatsoever, except for some meritorious services, to be adjudged, and allowed by the Governor and Council Acts of the Assembly, 176 pp. No trace of this, end quote, effort, end quote, is recorded in the Journal of the House of Burgesses, 8, the writings of C-172, was introduced more by his great industry, punctual and practical readiness, than to eminence in the science of his profession. He was a most agreeable companion, full of pleasantry and good humor, and welcomed in every society. He acquired a hand, some fortune, died a 1773, leaving 3 daughters, and the portion which came on that event to Mrs. Cama. Jefferson, after the debts should be paid, which were very considerable, was about equal to my own patrimony, and consequently doubled the ease of our circumstances. When the famous resolutions of 1765 against the Stamp Act were proposed, I was yet a student of law in Avon's BG. I attended the debate, however, at and the door of the lobby of the H. of Burgesses heard the splendid display of Mr. Henry's talents as a popular orator. They were great indeed, such as I have never heard from any other man. He appeared to me to speak as Homer wrote. Mr. Johnson, a lawyer and member from the Northern Neck, seconded the raisons, and by him the learning and the logic of the case were chiefly maintained. My recollections of these transactions may be seen pa. 60, Wirt's Life of Pia. H1, whom too I furnished them. In May 2, 1769, a meeting of the General Assembly was called by the Gouverneur. I had then become a member, and to that meeting became known the joint resolutions and address of the Lords and Commons of 1768-9 on the proceedings in Massachusetts, counter resolutions, and an address to the one Patrick Henry, CFR, post sketch of Patrick Henry under 1814. 2 May 8, Thomas 1769, Jefferson 9 King, by the H. of Burgesses, were agreed to with, and little opposition, a spirit manifestly displayed of considering the cause of Massachusetts as a common one. The governor dissolved us but we met the next day in the Apollo 2 of the Raleigh Tavern, formed ourselves into a voluntary convention, drew up articles of association against the use of any merchandise imported from Britain, signed and recommended them to the people, repaired to our several counties, and were re-elected without any other exception than of the very few who had declined assent to our proceedings. Nothing of particular excitement occurring for a considerable time, our countrymen seemed to fall into a state of insensibility to our situation. The duty and ante not yet repealed the declaratory act of a right in the British Parliament to bind us by their laws in all cases whatsoever, still suspended over us. But a court of inquiry held in Aub Island in 1762, with a power to send persons to England to be tried for offenses committed here, 3 was considered at our C.S. Scion of the spring of 1773 as demanding attention. Not thinking our old and leading members up to the point of forwardness and zeal which the times required, Mr. Henry, R. H. Lee, Francis L. Lee, Mr. Carr, and myself agreed to meet in the evening in a private room of the Raleigh to consult on the state of things. There may have been a member or two more whom I won May 16th, to a public room, sometimes called the, end quote, long room, end quote, in the tab. There is a picture of Itin, the Century magazine for November 1875. Thirdus was the famous, end quote, Gaspy, end quote. Inquiry, the date being a slip for 1772, I owe the writings of the 1773, do not recollect. We were all sensible that the most urgent of all measures was that of coming to an understanding with all the other colonies to consider the British claims as a common cause to, and to all, produce an unity of action, and for this purpose that a committee of correspondence in each colony would be the best instrument for intercommunication, and that their first measure would probably be to propose a meeting of deputies from every colony at some central place, who should be charged with the direction of the measures which should be taken by all. We therefore drew up the resolutions which may be seen in Work Pi 87. The consulting members proposed to me to move them, but I urged that it should be done by Mr. Carr, one my friend and brother-in-law, then a new member, to whom I wished an opportunity should be given of making known to the House his great worth and talents. It was so agreed, he moved them. They were agreed to Nem, Khan, and a committee of correspondence, appointed of whom Pay Tom Randolph, the speaker, was chairman. The Gover, then L.D. Dunmore, dissolved us, but the committee met the next day, prepared a circular letter to the speakers of the other colonies, enclosing to each a copy of the result, and left it in charge with their chairman to forward them by express. The origination of these committees of correspondence between the colonies has been since claimed for Massachusetts, and Marshall 151 has given into this error. Also, the very note of his appendix to which he refers shows that their establishment was Conwell Dabney Carr. He married Martha Jefferson. Thomas, 1774. Jefferson 11 fine to their own town. This matter will be seen clearly stated in a letter of Samuel Adams Wells to me of APR 2, 1819, and my answer of May 12th. I was corrected by the letter of Mr. Wells and the information I had given Mr. Wirt, as stated in his note, and Pa. 87, that the messengers of Massachusetts crossed each other on the way bearing similar propositions. For Mr. Wells shows that Mass did not adopt the measure, but on the receipt of our proposal delivered at their next session. Their message, therefore, which passed ours, must have related to something else, for I well remember P. Randolph's informing me of the crossing of our messengers. The next event which excited our sympathies for Massachusetts was the Boston Port Bill, by which that port was to be shut up on the ist of June 1774. This arrived while we were in session in the spring of that year, the lead in the House on these subjects being no longer left to the old members, Mr. Henry R. H. Lee, Farley, 3 or 4. Other members whom I do not recollect, and myself, agreeing that we must boldly take an unequivocal stand in the line with Massachusetts, determined to meet and consult on the proper measures in the council chamber, for the wee benefit of the library in that room. We're under conviction of the necessity of arousing our people from the lethargy into which they had fallen as to passing events, and thought that the appointment of a day of general fasting and prayer would be most likely to call up and alarm their attention. No one, end quote, Mr. Jefferson and Charles Lee may be said to have originated a fast to electrify people from the pulpit. Those gentlemen, 12, the writings of 1774, example of such a solemnity had existed since the days of our distresses in the War of 55, since which a new generation had grown up, with the help, therefore, of Rushworth, whom we rummaged over for the and revolutionary precedents forms of the Puritans of that day, preserved by him, we cooked up a resolution, somewhat modernizing their phrases, for appointing the day of June, on which the port bill was to commence, for a day of fasting, humiliation, and prayer, to implore heaven to avert from us the evils of civil war, to inspire us with firmness in support of our rights, and to turn the hearts of the king and parliament to moderation, justice. To give greater emphasis to our proposition, we agreed to wait the next morning on Mr. Nicholas, too, whose grave and religious character was more in unison with the tone of our resolution, and to solicit him to move it. We accordingly went to him in the morning. He moved it the same day. The ist of June was proposed, and it passed without opposition. 3. The governor, knowing that Robert Carter Nicholas, the chairman of the Committee of Religion, was no less zealous than themselves against the attempt to starve thousands of American people into a subservient to the ministry, easily persuaded him to put forth the strength of his character, on an occasion which he thought to be pious character, and move a fast to be observed on the first day of June. Edmund Randolph's History of Virginia, p. 24, one printed in Force's Archives, 4th R. 350, to Robert Carter Nicholas. 3. And quote, the fast was spoke of by some as a scheme calculated to inflame and excite an enthusiastic zeal in the minds of the people under a cloak of religion, than which nothing could be more calumnious and unjust. The resolution was not smaggled, but proposed in a very full house, not above one dissentient, appearing amongst near 100 members. End quote. R.C. Nicholas' Considerations on the Present State of Virginia, examined, p. 40, Thomas, 1774. Jefferson 13 we solved as usual. Retired to the Apollo as before. Agreed to an association. 1. And instructed the Committee of to propose to the correspond in chemise of the other colonies to appoint deputies to meet in Congress at such place, annually as should be convenient to direct from time to time the measures required by the general interest. And we declared that an attack on any one colony should be considered as an attack on the whole. This was in May. 2. We further recommended to the several counties to elect deputies to meet at WMSBG, the ist of Aug, ensuing to consider the state of a colony, and particularly to appoint delegates to a general con, should that measure be acceded to by the grass committees of correspondence generally. Returned home, and in our several counties invited the clergy to meet assemblies of the people on the ist of June 4, and to perform the ceremonies of the day, to address to them discourses suited to the occasion. The people met generally with anxiety and alarm in their countenances, and the effect of the day through the whole colony was like a shock of electricity, arousing every man and placing him erect and solidly on his center. 1 printed in Rind S. Virginia Gazette for May 26, I 774. It was signed by 89 members, 2 May 27, 74. Third was in a separate resolution, adopted May 3 off by, end quote. All the members set were then in town. It was not to, end quote, elect deputies, end quote, but merely a reference of the consideration of important papers to such, end quote, late members of the House of Burgesses, end quote, who should then gather. 4b, the original invitation, printed herein under June 1774. It will be seen that the call was for June 23 instead of the ist 14. The writings of 1074. They chose universally delegates for the convention. Being elected one from my own county, I prepared a draft of instructions to be given to the delegates whom we should send to the Congress, and which I meant to propose at our meeting. In this, I took the ground which, from the beginning, I had thought the only one orthodox or tenable, which was that the relation between GRRBR and these colonies was exactly the same as that of England and Scotland after the accession of James until the Union, and the same as her present relations with Hanover, having the same executive chief, but no other necessary political connection. And that our emigration from England to this country gave her no more rights over us than the emigrations of the Danes and Saxons gave to the present authorities of the country over England. In this doctrine, however, I had never been able to get anyone to agree with me but Mr. Wythe. He concurred in it from the first dawn of the question. What was the political relation between us and England? Our other patriots ran Dolph, the Leeds. Nicholas Pendleton stopped at the halfway house of John Dickinson, who admitted that England had a right to regulate our commerce and to lay duties on it for the purposes of regulation, but not of raising revenue. But for this ground there was no foundation in compact, in any acknowledged principles of colonization, nor in reason. Expatriation being a natural right, and acted on as such by all nations in all ages. I set out for WMSBG some days before that appointed for our meeting, but was taken ill of a dysentery on the road, and unable to pro-tom a 1774 Jefferson 15 seat. I sent on therefore to WMSBG 2 copies of my draft. The one under cover to Peyton Randolph, who I knew would be in the chair of the convention, the other to Patrick Henry. Whether Mr. Henry disapproved the ground taken or was too lazy to read it, for he was the laziest man in reading I ever knew, I never learned, but he communicated it to nobody. Peyton Randolph informed the convention he had received such a paper from a member prevented by sickness from offering it in his place, and he laid it on the table for perusal. It was read generally by the members, approved by many, but thought too bold for the present state of things, but they printed it in pamphlet form under the title of A Summary View of the Rights of British America. It found its way to England, was taken up by the opposition, interpolated a little by Mr. D. Burke so as to make it answer opposition purposes, and in that form ran rapidly through several editions. 1. This information I had from Parson Hurt, 2, who happened at the time to be in London, whither he had gone to receive clerical orders, and I was informed afterwards by Peyton Randolph that it had procured me the honor of having my name inserted in a long list of prescriptions, enrolled in a bill of attainder commenced in one of the Houses of Parliament. But suppressed in embryo by the hasty step of events which warned them to be a little cautious. 3. Montague. 1. There are several errors in this statement, which are treated in the note on the pamphlet. See Post 1774. 2. Reverend John Hurt. 3. It is hardly necessary to state that this so-called bill was a myth, which had no basis, in fact. But at the time when these leaders were 16, the writings of Equan 1775, agent P.F. of burgesses in England made extracts from the bill, copied the names, and sent them to Peyton Randolph. The names I think were about 20, which he repeated to me, but I recollect those only of Hancock, the 2 Adamses, Peyton Randolph himself, Patrick Henry, and myself one more. The convention met on the East of Og, renewed their association, appointed delegates to the Congress, gave them an instructions very temperately properly expressed, both as to style and matter, and they repaired to Philadelphia at the time appointed. The splendid proceedings of that Congress at their East session belong to general history, are known to everyone, and need not therefore be noted here. They terminated their session on the 26th of October, to meet again on the Zoth, May ensuing, the convention at their ensuing session of Mar 75 to approve of the proceedings of Congress, thanked their delegates and reappointed the same persons to represent the colony at the meeting to be held in May, and foreseeing the probability that Peyton Randolph, their president and speaker, also of the HOBP, might be called off, they added me, in that event to the delegation. Mr. Randolph was, according to expectation, obliged to leave the chair of Congress to attend the General Assembly, summoned by L.D. Dunmore to meet on the S day of June 75. L.D. do 1775. North, conciliatory, risking such a proscription, it was the current belief, both in England and America, that steps would be taken against them, and it is not strange that, in the absence of the proof, though, the contrary which we now possess, it was believed in. 1 C. Girardin, as History of Virginia, Appendix, Note 12, Note, TJ, 2 March 27, 1775. See Force Archives, 4th N. 172. Thomas I-775 Jefferson 17 propositions, as they were called, had been received by the governor and furnished the subject for which this assembly was convened. Mr. Randolph accordingly attended, and the tenor of these propositions being generally known as having been addressed to all the governors, he was anxious that the answer of our assembly, likely to be the first, one should harmonize with what he knew to be the sentiments and wishes of the body he had recently left. He feared that Mr. Nicholas, whose mind was not yet up to the mark of the times, would undertake the answer, and therefore pressed me to prepare an answer. I did so, and with his aid carried it through the House with long and doubtful scruples for Mr. Nicholas and James Mercer, and a dash of cold water on it, here and there, enfeebling it somewhat, but finally with unanimity or a vote approaching it, and conveyed to Congress the first notice they had of it. It was entirely approved there. I took my seat with them on the twist of June. On the 24th, a committee which had been appointed to prepare a declaration of the causes of taking up arms brought in their report, drawn, I believe, by J. Rutledge, which not being liked, they recommended it on the 26th, and added Mr. Dickinson and myself to the committee. On the rising of the House, the committee having not yet met, I happened to find myself near Governor W. Livingston, and proposed to him to draw the paper. One, it had already been referred to the Congress by New Jersey, May 1775. 3, see post under June 12, 1775. 18, the writings of 1775. He excused himself and proposed that I should draw it. On my pressing him with urgency, and quote, "We are as yet but new acquaintances, sir," said he. "Why are you so earnest for my doing it?" And quote, "Because," said I have been informed that you drew the address to the people of Gyre, Britain, a production certainly of the finest pen in America. End quote, end quote. On that, says he, "Perhaps, sir, you may not have been correctly informed." End quote. I had received the information in Virginia from Colo Harrison on his return from that Congress. Lee, Livingston, and Jay had been the committee for that draft. The first, prepared by Lee, had been disapproved and recommitted. The second was drawn by Jay, but being presented by Governor Livingston, had led Colo Harrison into the error. The next morning, walking in the hall of Congress, many burrs being assembled, but the House not yet formed, I observed Mr. Jay speaking to R.H. Lee and leading him by the button of his coat to me. End quote. "I understand, sir," said he to me, "that this gentleman informed you that Governor Livingston drew the address to the people of Great Britain." End quote. I assured him at once that I had not received that information from Mr. Lee, and that not a word had ever passed on the subject between Mr. Lee and myself. And after some explanations, the subject was dropped. These gentlemen had had some sparrings in debate before, and continued ever very hostile to each other. I prepared a draft of the declaration committed to us one. It was too strong for Mr. Dickinson. He still retained the hope of reconciliation with the GCF. Note on Jefferson S. draft, post under July 6, 1775. Thomas I-775 Jefferson, 19 Mother Country, and was unwilling it should be lessened by offensive statements. He was so honest a man, and so able a one that he was greatly indulged, even by those who could not feel his scruples. We therefore requested him to take the paper and put it into a form he could approve. He did so, preparing an entire new statement, and preserving of, and the former, only the last 4 paragraphs, half of the preceding one. We approved and reported it to Congress, who accepted it. Congress gave a signal proof of their indulgence to Mr. Dickinson, and of their great desire not to go too fast for any respectable part of our body, in permitting him to draw their second petition to the king according to his own ideas, 1, and passing it with scarcely any amendment. The disgust against this humility was general, and Mr. Dickinson's delight at its passage was the only circumstance which reconciled them to it. The vote being passed, although further observed on it, was out of order. He could not refrain from rising and expressing his satisfaction, and concluded by saying, quote, "There is but one word, Mr. President, in the paper which I disapprove, and that is the word Congress." End quote. On which Ben Harrison rose and said, and quote, "There is but one word in the paper, Mr. President, of which I approve, and that is the word Congress." End quote. On the 22nd of July, Dr. Franklin, Mr. Adams, R.H. Lee, and myself were appointed a committee to consider and report on L.D. North's conciliatory resolution. The answer of the Virginia Assembly on that subject having been approved, I was requested by one and, quote, scarcely I believe altering one, end quote, struck out and missed by author, 20, the writings of the committee to prepare this report, which will AC count for the similarity of feature in the two instruments, one on the 5th of May, 1776. The Convention of Virginia instructed their delegates in Congress to propose to that body to declare the colonies independent of Britain and appointed a committee to prepare a declaration of rights and plan of government. 23 in Congress, Friday, June 7th, 1776. The delegates from Virginia moved forward in obedience to instructions from their constituents that the Congress should declare that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is ought to be totally dissolved. That measures should be immediately taken for procuring the assistance of foreign powers, and a confederation be formed to bind the colonies more closely together. 5-1C Post, under July 31st, 1775. 2 printed in force. 61, 1775. 2 printed in force. 3 here in the original manuscript. Commence the, end quote, 2 preceding sheets, end quote, referred to by Mr. Jefferson as containing, end quote, notes, end quote, taken by him, end quote, taken by him, end quote. They're easily distinguished from the body off the miss, in which they were inserted by him, being off a paper very different in size, quality, and color from that, on which the latter is written. 4 introduced by Richard Henry Lee. His autograph resolution is reproduced in Eddings Memorials of 1776, p4. 5, end quote. The Congress sat till 7 o'clock this evening in consequence of a motion of R.H. Lee, rendering ourselves free and independent states. The sensible part of the House opposed the motion. They had no objection to forming a scheme of a treaty which they would send to France by proper persons and uniting this continent by a confederacy. They saw no wisdom in a declaration of independence, nor any other. Thomas Jefferson, 21, the House being obliged to attend at that time to some other business. The proposition was referred to the next day, when the members were ordered to attend punctually at 10 o'clock. Saturday, June 8, they proceeded to take it into consideration and referred it to a committee of the whole, into which they immediately resolved themselves and passed that day. And Monday, lost in debating on the subject. It was argued by Wilson, Robert R. Livingston, E. Rutledge, Dickinson, and others that though they were friends to the measures themselves, and saw the impossibility that we should ever again be united with Britain, yet they were against adopting them at this time. That the conduct we had formerly observed was wise and proper now, of deferring to take any capital step till the voice of the people drove us into it, that they were our power, and without them our declarations could not be carried into effect. That the people of the middle colonies, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania, the Jerseys, and York, were purposed to be enforced by it, but placing ourselves in the power of those with whom we mean to treat, giving our enemy notice of our intentions before we had taken any steps to execute them. The event, however, whilst that the question was postponed, it is to be renewed on Monday, when I mean to move that it shall be postponed for 3 weeks or months, in the meantime of confederation, and the scheme of treaty may go on. I don't know whether I shall succeed in this motion. I think not. It is at least doubtful. However, I must do what is right in mine eyes, and consequence must take care of themselves. I wish you had been here. The whole argument was sustained on one side by R. Livingston, Wilson, Dickinson, and myself, and by the power of all in England, Virginia, and Georgia at the other. And quote E. Rutledge to John J. June 76. 22. The writings of U1 1776, not yet ripe for bidding adieu to British connection, and but that they were fast ripening in a short time, would join in the general voice of America. That the resolution entered into by this House on the 15th of May for suppressing the exercise of all powers derived from the Crown, had shown by the ferment into which it had thrown these middle colonies, that they had not yet accommodated their minds to a separation from the mother country, that some of them had expressly forbidden their delegates to consent to such a declaration, and others had given no instructions, and consequently no powers to give such consent, that if the delegates of any particular colony had no power to declare such colony independent, certain they were the others could not declare it for them. The colonies being as yet perfectly independent of each other, that the Assembly of Pennsylvania was now sitting above stairs. Their convention would sit within a few days. The convention of New York was now sitting. And those of the Jerseys and Delaware counties would meet on the Monday following. And it was probable these bodies would take up the question of independence and would declare to their delegates the voice of their state. One that, and quote, every kind of authority under the said crown should be totally suppressed, end quote, and quote, to adopt such government as shall best conduce to the happiness and safety of their constituents, end quote, Journal of Congress, and 166, 174. Duane, in a letter to Jay, dated May 16th, states that, end quote, it has occasioned a great alarm here, Philadelphia, and the cautious folks are very fearful of its being attended with many ill consequences, end quote. Thomas 776, Jefferson 23, that if such a declaration should now be agreed to, these delegates must retire, possibly their colonies might secede from the Union, that such a secession would weaken us more than could be compensated by any foreign alliance, that in the event of such a division, foreign powers would either refuse to join themselves to our fortunes, or, having us so much in their power as that desperate declaration would place us, they would insist on terms proportionably more hard and prejudicial, that we had little reason to expect an alliance with those to whom alone as yet, that France and Spain had reason to be jealous of that rising power which would one day certainly strip them of all their American possessions, that it was more likely they should form a connection with the British court, who, if they should find themselves unable otherwise to extricate themselves from their difficulties, would agree to a partition of our territories, restoring Canada to France and the Floridas to Spain, to accomplish for themselves a recovery of these colonies, that it would not be long before we should receive certain information of the disposition of the French court from the agent whom we had sent to Paris for that purpose, that if this disposition should be favorable by waiting the event of the present campaign, which we all hoped would be successful, we should have reason to expect an alliance on better terms, that this would in fact work no delay of any effectual aid from such ally as from the advance of 24 the writings of the season and distance of our situation. It was impossible we could receive any assistance during this campaign, that it was prudent to fix among ourselves the terms on which we should form alliance before we declared we would form one at all events, and that if these were agreed on, and our declara amtion of independence ready by the time our ambassador should be prepared to sail, it would be as well as to go into that declaration at this day. On the other side, it was urged by J. Adams, Lee White, and others that no gentleman had argued against the policy or the right of separation from Britain, nor had supposed it possible we should ever renew our connection, that they had only opposed its being now declared, that the question was not whether, by a declaration of independence, we should make ourselves what we are not, but whether we should declare a fact which already exists, that as to the people or Parliament of England, we had always been independent of them, their restraints on our trade deriving efficacy from our acquiescence only, and not from any rights they possessed of imposing them, and that, so far, our connection had been federal only and was now dissolved by the commencement of hostilities, that as to the king we had been bound to him by allegiance, but that this bond was now dissolved by his assent to the late act of Parliament, by which he declares us out of his protection, and by his levying Thomas 1776, Jefferson 25 war on us, a fact which had long ago proved us out of his protection, it being a certain position in law, that allegiance and protection are reciprocal, the one ceasing when the other is withdrawn, that James the Lid never declared the people of England out of his protection, yet his actions proved it the Parliament declared it. No delegates then can be denied or ever want a power of declaring an existing truth, that the delegates from the Delaware counties having declared their constituents ready to join, there and are only two colonies, Pennsylvania, Maryland, whose delegates are absolutely tied up, and that these had, by their instructions, only reserved a right of confirming or rejecting the measure, that the instructions from Pennsylvania might be accounted for from the times in which they were drawn, near a 12-month ago, since which the face of affairs has totally changed, that within that time it had become apparent that Britain was determined to accept nothing less than a carte blanche, and that the King answer to the Lord Mayor Alderman and Common Council of London, which had come to hand 4 days ago, must have satisfied everyone of this point, that the people wait for us to lead the way, that they are in favor of the measure, though the instructions given by some of their representatives are not, that the voice of the representatives is not always consonant with the voice of the people, and that this is remarkably the case in these middle colonies. 26. The writings of U.N. 1776, that the effect of the resolution of the 5th of May has proved this, which, raising the murmurs of some, and in the colonies of Pennsylvania, Maryland, called forth the opposing voice of the freer part of the P.O.P., and proved them to be the majority, even in these colonies, that the backwardness of these two colonies might be ascribed partly to the influence of proprietary and power connections, partly to their having not yet been attacked by the enemy. That these causes were not likely to be soon removed, as there seemed no probability that the enemy would make either of these the seat of this summer's war, that it would be vain to rate either weeks or months for perfect unanimity, since it was impossible that all men should ever become of one sentiment on any question, that the conduct of some colonies from the beginning of this contest had given reason to suspect it was their settled policy to keep in the rear of the Confederacy, that their particular prospect might be better even in the worst event, that therefore it was necessary for those colonies who had thrown themselves forward and hazarded all from the beginning to come forward now also, and put all again to their own hazard, that the history of the Dutch Revolution, of whom 3 states only confederated, at first proved that a secession of some colonies would not be so dangerous as some apprehended, that a declaration of independence alone could Thomas 776, J. Jefferson 27, render it consistent with European delicacy for European powers to treat with us, or even to receive an ambassador from us, that till this they would not receive our vessels into their ports, nor acknowledge the adjudications of our courts of admiralty to be legitimate in cases of capture of British vessels, that though France and Spain may be jealous of our rising power, they must think it will be much more formidable with the addition of Great Britain, and will therefore see it their interest to prevent a coalition. But should they refuse, we shall be but where we are, whereas without trying we shall never know, whereas without trying we shall never know, whether they will aid us or not, that the present campaign may be unsuccessful, and therefore we had better propose an alliance while our affairs wear a hopeful aspect, that to await the event of this campaign will certainly work delay, because during this summer France may assist us effectually by cutting off those supplies of provisions from England and Ireland on which the enemy's armies here are to depend, or by setting in motion the great power they have collected in the West Indies and calling our enemy to the defense of the possessions they have there, that it would be idle to lose time in settling the terms of alliance, till we had first determined we would enter into alliance, that it is necessary to lose no time in opening a trade for our people, who will want clothes and will want money too for the payment of taxes, and that the only misfortune is that we did not 28 the writings of U.N. 1776 enter into alliance with France 6 months sooner, as besides opening their ports for the vent of our last year's produce, they might have marched an army into Germany and prevented the petty princes there from selling their unhappy subjects to subdue us. It appearing in the course of these debates that the colonies of New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and South Carolina X were not yet mature for falling from the parent stem, but that they were fast advancing to that state, it was thought most prudent to wait a while for them and to postpone the final decision to July the 1st. But that this might occasion as little delay as possible, a committee was appointed to prepare a declaration of independence. The committee were J. Adams, Dr. Frank Lynn, Roger Sherman, Robert R. Livingston, and myself. Committees were also appointed at the same time to prepare a plan of confederation for the colonies, and to state the terms proper to be proposed for foreign alliance. The committee for drawing the Declaration of Independence desired me to do it. It was accordingly done, and being approved by them, I reported it to the House on Friday the 20th of June, when it was read and ordered to lie on the table. 3. A different account is given of this by John Adams as follows. And, quote, the committee had several meetings in which were proposed the articles of which the declaration was to consist, and minutes made of them. The committee then appointed Mr. Jefferson and me to draw them up in form and clothe them in a proper dress. The subcommittee met and considered the minutes, making such observations on them as then occurred. When Mr. Jefferson desired me to take them to my lodgings and make a theatre of this, I declined, and gave a several 776 to Thomas Jefferson. 29 Monday, the 1st of July, the House resolved itself into a committee of the whole and resumed the consideration of the original motion made by the delegates of reasons for declining. That he was a Virginian and I a Massachusettsian. 2, that he was a Southern man and one a Northern one. That I had been so obnoxious for my early and constant zeal in promoting the measure that any draft of mine would undergo a more severe scrutiny and criticism in Congress than one of his composition. 4, and lastly, and that would be reason enough if there were no other, I had a great opinion of the elegance of his pen, and none at all of my own. I therefore insisted that no hesitation should be made on his part. He accordingly took the minutes, and in a day or two produced to me his draft. Whether I made or suggested any correction, I remember not. The report was made to the committee of 5, by them examined, but whether altered or corrected in anything I cannot recollect. But in substance at least, it was reported to Congress, where, after a severe criticism, and striking out several of the most oratorical paragraphs, it was adopted on the 4th of July, 1776, and published to the world. Jefferson was placed at the head of the committee for preparing a Declaration of Independence. I answer, it was the Frankfort advice to place Virginia at the head of everything. Mr. Richard Henry Lee might be gone to Virginia to his sick family, for aught I know, but that was not the reason of Mr. Jefferson's appointment. There were 3 committees appointed at the same time. One for the Declaration of Independence, another for preparing the Articles of Confederation, another for preparing a treaty be proposed to France. Mr. Lee was chosen for the Committee of Confederation, and it was not thought convenient that the same person should be upon both. Mr. Jefferson came into Congress in June 1775 and brought with him a reputation for literature, science, and a happy talent of composition. Writings of his were handed about remarkable for the peculiar felicity of expression. Though a silent member in Congress, he was so prompt, frank, explicit, and decisive upon committees and in conversation, not even Samuel Adams was more so, that he soon seized upon my heart, and upon this occasion I gave him my vote, and did all in my power to procure the votes of others. I think he had one more vote than any other, and that placed him at the head of the committee. The committee met, discussed the subject, and then appointed Mr. Jefferson and me to make the draft, I suppose because we were the 2 first on the list. And, quote, the subcommittee met. Jefferson proposed to me to make the 30, the writings of Virginia, which, being again debated through the day, was carried in the affirmative by the votes of New Hampshire, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Jersey, Maryland, Virginia, and Carolina in draft. I said, I will not. You should do it. Oh, no. Why will you not? You ought to do it. I will not. Why? Reasons enough. What can be your reasons? Reason first, you are a Virginian, and a Virginian ought to appear at the head of this business. Reason second, I am obnoxious, suspected, and unpopular. You are very much otherwise. Reason third, you can write 10 times better than I can. Well, said Jefferson, if you are decided, I will do as well as I can. Very well. When you have drawn it up, we will have a meeting. I was delighted with its high tone and the flights of oratory with which it abounded, especially that concerning Negro slavery, which, though I knew his Southern brethren would never suffer to pass in Congress. There were other expressions which I would not have inserted if I had drawn it up, particularly that which called the king tyrant. I thought this too personal, for I never believed George to be a tyrant in disposition and in nature. I always believed him to be deceived by his courtiers on both sides of the Atlantic, and in his official capacity only, cruel. I thought the expression too passionate and too much like scolding for so grave and solemn a document, but as Franklin and Sherman were to-inspected afterwards, I thought it would not become me to strike it out. I consented to report it, and do not now remember that I made or suggested a single alteration. And, quote, we reported to the Committee of Five. It was read, and I don't remember that Franklin or Sherman criticized anything. We were all in haste. Congress was impatient, and the instrument was reported, as I believe, in Jefferson's handwriting, as he first drew it. Congress cut off about a quarter of it, as I expected they would, but they obliterated some of the best of it and left all that was exceptionable, if anything in it was. I have long wondered that the original draft has not been published. I suppose the reason is the vehement philippic against Negro slavery, and, quote, John Adams to Timothy Pickering, 22. To this Jefferson replied, and quote, you have doubtless seen Timothy Pickering's 4th of July observations on the Declaration of Independence. If his principles and prejudices, personal and political, gave us no reason to doubt whether Thomas Jefferson, 31, Georgia, as Carolina and Pennsylvania, voted against it. Delaware, having but 2 members present, they were divided, one the delegates for New York. He had truly quoted the information he alleges to have received from Mr. Adams. I should then say that in some of the particulars, Mr. Adams' memory has led him into unquestionable error. At the age of 88 and 47 years after the transactions of independence, this is not one. Nor should I, at the age of 80, on the small advantage of that difference only, venture to oppose my memory to his, were it not supported by written notes, taken by myself at the moment, and on the spot. He says the Committee of Five, to wit, Dr. Franklin, Sherman, Livingston, and ourselves met, discussed the subject, and then appointed him and myself to make the draft. That we, as a subcommittee, met, and after the urgencies of each on the other, I consented to undertake the task. That the draft being made, we, the subcommittee, met and conned the paper over, and he does not remember that he made or suggested a single alteration. Now, these details are quite incorrect. The Committee of Five, no such thing as a subcommittee was proposed, but they unanimously pressed on myself alone to undertake the draft. I consented, I drew it, but before I reported it to the committee, I communicated it separately to Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams, requesting their corrections because they were the 2 members of whose judgments and amendments I wished most to have the benefit. Before presenting it to the committee, and you have seen the original paper now in my hands, with the corrections of Dr. Franklin and Mr. Adams interlined in their own handwritings. Their alterations were 2 or 3 only, and merely verbal. I then wrote a fair copy, reported it to the committee, and from them unaltered to Congress. This personal communication and consultation with Mr. Adams, he has misremembered into the actings of a subcommittee, Pickering's observations, and Mr. T. Adams, in addition, that it contained no new ideas, that it is a commonplace compilation, its sentiments hacked in Congress for 2 years before. Richard Henry Lee charged it as copied from Locke's treatise on government. Otis pamphlet I never saw, and whether I had gathered my ideas from reading or reflection, I do not know. I know only that I turned to neither book nor pamphlet while writing it. I did not consider it as any part of my charge to invent new ideas altogether, and to offer no sentiment which had ever been expressed before. End quote. Letter to J. Madison, E. 30, 1823. On George read opposing, and Thomas McKean. 32. The writings of Claird. They were for it themselves, and were assured their constituents were for but that their instructions having been drawn near 12 months before. When reconciliation was still the general object, they were enjoined by them to do nothing which should impede that object. They therefore thought themselves not justifiable in voting on either side, and asked leave to withdraw from the question, which was given them. The committee rose and reported their resolution to the House. Mr. Edward Rutledge of St. Carolina then requested the determination might be put off to the next day, as he believed his colleagues, though they disapproved of the resolution, would then join in it for the sake of unanimity. The ultimate question whether the House would agree to the resolution of the committee was accordingly postponed to the next day, when it was again moved, and as Carolina concurred in voting for it. In the meantime, a 3rd member had come post from the Delaware County and turned the vote of that colony in favor of the resolution. Members, too, of a different sentiment attending that morning from Pennsylvania also, their vote was changed, so that the whole 12 colonies who were authorized to vote at all gave their voices for it. And within a few days, 3. The convention event. York approved of it and thus supplied the void occasioned by the withdrawing of her delegates from the vote. Congress proceeded the same day 4 to consider the one Caesar Rodney. 2. Dickinson and Robert Morris did not attend. Wilson changed his vote, and with Franklin and Morton outvoted William Humphreys. 3. July Q. 4 Monday, July 776. Thomas Jefferson, 33. Declaration of Independence, which had been reported and lay on the table the Friday preceding. The pusillanimous idea that we had friends in England worth keeping terms with still haunted the minds of many. For this reason, those passages which conveyed censures on the people of England were struck out, lest they should give them offense. The clause, too, reprobating the enslaving the inhabitants of Africa, was struck out in complaisance to South Carolina and Georgia, who had never attempted to restrain the importation of slaves, and who, on the contrary, still wished to continue it. Our northern brethren also, I believe, felt a little tender under those censures, for though their people have very few slaves themselves, yet they had been pretty considerable carriers of them to others. The debates, having taken up the greater parts of the 2d, 3d, and 4th days of July, were one in the evening of the last. Closed, the declaration was reported by the committee, agreed to by the House, and signed by every member present, except Mr. Dickinson. 2. As the sentiments of men are known not only by what they receive, but what they won, the D. Resolution. For independence was under discussion on the Istijali, the declaration on July 2d, 3d, and 4th. 3. The question whether the declaration was signed on the 4th of July, as well as on the 26th of August, has been much vexed. One but a careful study of it must make almost certain that it was not. The Journal of Congress, that printed by order of Congress being fabricated and altered, merely required its authentication, which we know from other cases was by the signatures of the President and Secretary, who accordingly signed it, by order, and in behalf of the Congress, and the printed copies at once sent out had only these signatures. It is also certain that several of the members then in convolvuli. 334. The writings of 1776 reject also. I will state the form of the declaration as originally reported. The parts struck out by Congress shall be distinguished by a black line drawn under them, and those inserted by them shall be placed. In the margin or in a concurrent column, 1 Gress would have refused to sign it on that day, and that the Congress therefore had good cause to postpone the signing till certain of the delegations should receive new instructions, or be changed, and also till its first effect on the people might be seen. For these reasons the declaration was not even entered in the journal, though a blank was left for it. And when it was inserted at a later period, the list of signers was taken from the engrossed copy, though had there been one signed on the 4th of July, it would certainly have been the one printed from, as including the men who were in Congress on that day, and who voted on the question, instead of one signed by a number of men who were neither present nor members when the declaration was adopted. Moreover, though the printed journal afterwards led John Adams to believe and state that the declaration was signed on the 4th, we have his contemporary statement on July 10th that, as soon as an American seal is prepared, I conjecture the declaration will be subscribed by all the members, and we have the positive denial of McKean that, no person signed it on that day, And this statement is substantiated by the later action of Congress in specially permitting him to sign what he certainly would have already done on the 4th, had there been the opportunity. Opposed to these direct statements and probabilities, we have Jefferson's positive statement, 3 times repeated, that such a signing took place. But as he follows his nearly contemporary one with the statements that it was, signed by every member present, except Mr. Dickinson, when we have proof positive that all the New York delegates rexized to even vote, much less sign, and that Dickinson was not even present in Congress on that day, it is evident that this narrative is not wholly trustworthy. I expected you had, in the preamble to our form of government, exhausted the subject of complaint agtgo. 3. And was at a loss to discover what Congress would do for one to their Declaration of Independence without copying, but find you have acquitted yourselves very well on that score. E. Pendleton to Jefferson, July 22. And, quote, I am also obliged by ye original Declaration of Independence, which I find your brethren have treated as they did ye manifesto last summer, alter it much from yours. Their hopes, for reconciliation might restrain them from plain truths then, but what could cramp them now? And quote, E. Pendleton to Jefferson, August 1076, Thomas 1776. Jefferson 35, a declaration by the representatives of the United States of America. In General Congress assembled when, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with inherent and inalienable certain rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing it as powers in such form as to and them shall seem most likely to affect their safety happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are 36, the writings of E1 1776 accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations begun at a distinguished period, and pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. Such has been the patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which con age restrains them to expunge their former systems of government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of unrepeated remitting injuries, usurpations, among which appears no solitary fact to contradict the and having uniform tenor of the rest, but all have in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world, for the truth of which we pledge a faith yet unsullied by falsehood. He has refused his assent to laws the most wholesome and necessary for the public good. He has forbidden his governors to pass laws of an immediate pressing importance, unless suspended in their operation, till his assent should be obtained, and when so suspended, he has utterly neglected to attend to them. He has refused to pass other laws for the accommodation of large districts of people, unless those people would relinquish the right of representation, and in the legislature, a right inestimable to them, formidable to tyrants only. He has called together legislative bodies at places unusual, uncomfortable, and distant from the deposed Thomas 1776. Jefferson 37 Tory of their public records, for the sole purpose of fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has dissolved representative houses repeatedly and continually for opposing with manly firmness his invasions on the rights of the people. He has refused for a long time after such dissolutions to cause others to be elected, whereby the legislative powers, incapable of annihilation, have returned to the people at large for their exercise, the state remaining in the meantime exposed to all the dangers of invasion from without and convulsions within. He has endeavored to prevent the population of these states, for that purpose obstructing the laws for naturalization of foreigners, refusing to pass and others to encourage their migrations hither, raising the conditions of new appropriations of lands. He has suffered the administration of obstructed justice totally to cease in some of these by states, refusing his assent to laws for establishing judiciary powers. He has made our judges dependent on his will alone for the tenure of their offices and the amount and payment of their salaries. He has erected a multitude of new offices by a self-assumed power and sent thither swarms of new officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. He has kept among us in times of peace standing armies and ships of war without the consent of our legislatures. He has effected to render the military independent and of superior to the civil power. 38. The writings of Kuan 1776. He has combined with others to subject us to a jurisdiction foreign to our constitution and unacknowledged by our laws, giving his assent to their acts of pretended legislation for quartering large bodies of armed troops among our troops, for protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for any murders which they should commit on the inhabitants of these states, for cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, for imposing taxes on us without, in many our consent, for depriving us owned of benefits of trial by jury, for transporting us beyond seas to boat tried for pretended offenses, for abolishing the free system of English laws in a neighboring province, establishing therein an arbitrary government, and enlarging its boundaries so as to render it at once an example and fit instrument for introducing the game absolute colonies into these states, for taking away our charters, abolishing our most valuable laws, and altering fundamentally the forms of our governments, for suspending our own legislatures and declaring themselves invested with power to legislate for us in all cases whatsoever. By declaring he has abdicated government here, with use out of his drawing his governors and declaring us at war against and us of his allegiant protection. He has plundered our seas, ravaged our coasts, burnt our towns, and destroyed the lives of our people. He is at this time transporting large armies of foreign mercenaries to complete the works of death, desolation, and tyranny, already begun with Circum Thomas 1776, Jefferson 39 stances of cruelty and perfidy unworthy, the head of a civilized nation. He has constrained our fellow citizens and taken captive on the high seas to bear arms of TGOETSA, lie against their country, to become the executioners of their friends and brethren, or to fall themselves by their hands. He has endeavored to bring on the excited eye, Abby Tansavi, our frontiers tonia mercil, estamsions TEICTI, and among us Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages and sexes, conditions of existence. He has incited treasonable insurrections of our fellow citizens, with the allurements of forfeiture, confiscation of our property. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating his most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, captivating and carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This piratical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of Tifi, Christian king of Great Britain, determined to keep open a market where men should be bought and sold. He has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce, and that this assemblage of horrors might want no fact of distinguished die. He is now exciting those very people to rise in arms among us, and to purchase that liberty of which he has deprived them, by murdering the people on whom Ho also obtruded them, thus paying 40 the writings of L and Amp GT said, off former crimes committed against the liberties of one people, with crimes which he urges them to commit against the lives of another. In every stage of these oppressions, we have petition for redress in the most humble terms. Our repeated petitions have been answered only by repeated injuries. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler free of a people who mean to be free. Future Agus will scarcely believe that the hardiness of one man adventured within the short compass of 12 years only to lay a foundation so broad and so undisguised for tyranny over a people fostered, fixed in principles of freedom. Nor have we been wanting in attention to our British brethren. We have warned them from time rants, end quote, to time of attempts by their legislature to us extend jurisdiction over these our states. We have reminded them of the circumstances of our emigration settlement here, no one of which could warrant so strange a pretension, that these were effected at the expense of our own blood and treasure, unassisted by the wealth or the strength of Great Britain, that in constituting indeed our several forms of government, We had adopted one common king, thereby laying a foundation for perpetual league and amity with them. But that submission to the power, Leoman was no part of our constitution, nor ever in Halidoa, if history may be credited, and we in Wallingra have appealed to their native justice and magna and fembiimity, as well as to the ties of our common Thomas 1776. Jefferson for kindred to disavow these usurpations, which were likely to interrupt our connection and core respondentia. They too have been deaf to the voice of justice and of consanguinity, and when occasions have been given them by the regular course of their laws, of removing from their councils the disturbers of our harmony, they have, by their free election, reestablished them in power. At this very time, too, they are permitting their chief magistrate to send over not only soldiers of our common blood, but Scotch and foreign mercenaries rise to invade and destroy us. These facts have given the last stab to agonizing affection, and manly spirit bids us to renounce forever these unfeeling brethren. We must endeavor to forge a tour former love for them, and hold them as we hold the rest of mankind. Ine we mize, in war and peace friends. Might have been a free and a great people together, but a communi. And passion of grandeur or freedom, it seems, is below their dignity. Be it so, since they will have it. And we road to happiness, to glory is open to us, too. We'll tread it apart from them, and AC. We must therefore quiesce in the necessity which to de and hold them as nuances our eternal separati. On WME and HKOOILSD, he honor ESMT, IOSF in war, in peace. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, in Gen States of America, in Gen Aero Congress, assembled, do in the name and by appealing to the supreme authority of the good people, judge of the world for the and of these states, reject rectitude of our into the writings of 1076, renounce all allegiance and tions, and subjection to the kings of, by the authority of the and Great Britain, all others good people of these colo, who may hereafter claim nighes, solemnly publish by, through or under declare that these united them. We utterly discolonies are and of right, and solve all political connect. Ought to be free in tion, which may hereto pendent states that they, for have subsisted, be are absolved from all al and tween us the people legions to the British or Parliament of Great Crown, and that all poli Britain. And finally, we do tickle connection between assert and declare these them and the state of great and colonies to be free Britain is ought to be. And independent states totally dissolve that. They have states, they have full power to levy war, conclude peace, contract alliances, establish common, and to do all other acts and things which independent states may of right do. And for the support this declaration, with this declaration, we firm reliance on the mutually pledged to each section of divine probity of our lives. Our lives, our friends, we mutually pledge to, and ourselves. To each other, our lives, our fortunes, and our essay cred honor one. This is printed just as Jefferson prepared it for the press. By I-776, Thomas Jefferson, 43%. The declaration thus signed on the 4th on paper was engrossed on parchment, and signed again on the 2D of August 1 on Friday, July 12th. The committee appointed to draw the Articles of Confederation reported them, and on the 22nd, the House resolved themselves into a committee to take them into consideration. On the 3th and 3st of that month and ist of the ensuing, those articles were debated which determined the proportion or quota of money which each state should furnish to the common treasury, and the manner of voting in Congress. The first of these articles was expressed in the original draft in these words, exeal all charges of war, and all comparing it with the text as printed post. Under July 4th, 1776, it will be seen that he took the liberty of somewhat changing and even expunging portions. 1. This is an interlineation made at a later period, apparently after the question as to the signing off the declaration was raised. Jefferson has also written the following on a slip and pasted it on the sheet. Wells asked explanations of me, which are given in my letter to him of May 12, 19, before and now again referred to. I took notes in my place while these things were going on, and at their close wrote them out in form and with correctness, and from I to 7 of the 2 preceding sheets are the originals then written as the 2 follow, ing or of the earlier debates on the Confederation, which I took in like manner. Twine the works of John Adams, and, quote, Thelements of the southern colonies are fixed, moves an amendment that all purchases of lands not within the boundaries of any colony shall be made by Congress of the Indians in a great council. End quote. Article 50. End quote. What are reasonable limits? What security have we that the Congress will not curtail all 10% settlements off the states? 44. The writings of I and AMPDT. 77. 6 other expenses that shall be incurred for the common defense, or general welfare, and allowed by the United States assembled, shall be defrayed out of a common treasury, which shall be supplied by the several colonies in proportion to the number of inhabitants of every age, sex, quality, except Indians not paying taxes. In each colony, a true account of which, distinguishing the white inhabitants, shall be triennially taken and transmitted to the Assembly of the United States. And, quote, Mr. Samuel Chase moved that the quotas should be fixed, not by the number of inhabitants of every condition, but by that of the, end quote, white inhabitants, end quote. He admitted that taxation should be always in proportion to property, that this was in theory the true rule, but that, from a variety of difficulties, it was a rule which could never be adopted in practice. The value of the property in every state could never be estimated justly and equally. Some other measure for the wealth of the state must therefore be devised, some standard referred to which would be more simple. He considered the number of inhabitants as a tolerably good criterion of property, and that this might always be obtained. He therefore thought it the best mode which we could adopt, with one exception only. He observed that Negroes are prop. I have no doubt that the colonies will limit themselves, end quote, Article 16, end quote, thinks the Congress will have a short meeting in the fall and another in the spring, end quote, Article 17, end quote, explains it to me and the Indians whole live in the colony. These are subject to the laws in some degree. I protest against the right of Congress to decide upon the right of Virginia. Virginia has released all claims to land settled by Maryland, and see and quote, Thomas 1776, Jefferson 45 Early, and as such cannot be distinguished from the lands or personalities held in those states, where there are few slaves, that the surplus of profit which a northern farmer is able to lay by, he invests in cattle, horses, and sea, whereas a southern farmer lays out that same surplus in slaves. There is no more reason, therefore, for taxing the southern states on the farmer's head, on his slave's head, than the northern ones on their farmer's heads and the heads of their cattle. That the method proposed would therefore tax the southern states according to their numbers and their wealth conjunctly, while the north earned would be taxed on numbers only. That Negroes, in fact, should not be considered as members of the state more than cattle, and that they have no more interest in it. Mr. John Adams observed that the numbers of people were taken by this article as an index of the end wealth of the state, not as subjects of taxation, that as to this matter it was of no consequence by what name you called your people, whether by that of freemen or of slaves. That in some countries the laboring poor were called freemen, in others they were called slaves, but that the difference as to the state was imaginary only. What matters it whether a landlord employing 10 laborers in his farm gives them annually as much money as will buy them the necessaries of life, or gives them those necessaries at shorthand? The 10 laborers add as much wealth much annually to the state, increase it, its exports as in the one case as the other. Certainly 500 freemen produce no more profits, no greater surplus for the 46th, the writings of She 1 1776, payment of taxes, than 500 slaves. Therefore, the state in which are the laborers called freemen should be taxed no more than that in which are those called slaves. Suppose by any extraordinary operation of nature or of law, one half the laborers of a state could in the course of one night be transformed into slaves, Would the state be made the poorer or the less able to pay taxes? That the condition of the laboring poor in most countries, that of the fishermen, particularly of the northern states, is as abject as that of slaves. It is the number of laborers which produce the surplus for taxation, and numbers therefore indiscriminately are the fair index of wealth. That it is the use of the word here, and quote, property, end quote, its application to some of the people of the state, which produces the fallacy. How does the southern farmer procure slaves, either by importation or by purchase from his neighbor? If he imports a slave, he adds one to the number of laborers in his country, and proportionably to it, his profits and abilities to pay taxes. If he buys from his neighbor, it is only a transfer of a laborer from one farm to another, which does not change the annual produce of the state, and therefore should not change its tax. That if a northern farmer works 10 laborers on his farm, he can, it is true, invest the surplus of 10 men's labor in cattle, but so may the southern farmer working 10 slaves. That a state of 100,000 free men can maintain no more cattle than one of 100,000 slaves. Therefore, they have no more of that kind of property. That a slave may indeed, from the custom of 876, to Thomas Jefferson 47, speech be more properly called the wealth of his master, than the free laborer might be called the wealth of his employer. But as to the state, both were equally its wealth, and should therefore equally add to the quota of its tax. Mr. Benjamin Harrison proposed a compromise that 2 slaves should be counted as 1 freeman. He affirmed that slaves did not do so much work as freemen, and doubted if 2 affected more than 1, that this was proved by the price of labor, the hire of a laborer in the southern colonies being from 8 to 12, while in the northern it was generally 24. Mr. G. James Wilson said that if this amendment should take place, the southern colonies would have all the benefit of slaves, whilst the northern ones would bear the burden. That slaves increase the profits of a state, which the southern states mean to take to themselves, that they also increase the burthen of defense, which would of course fall so much the heavier on the northern. That slaves occupy the places of freemen and eat their food. Dismiss your slaves and freemen will take their places. It is our duty to lay every discouragement on the importation of slaves. But this amendment would give the jus trium liberorum to him who would import slaves. That other kinds of property were pretty equally distributed through all the colonies, and there were as many cattle, horses, sheep in the north as the south, and south as the north, but not so as to slaves. That experience has shown that those colonies have been always able to pay most, which have the most inhabitants, whether they be 48, the writings of 6-1, and MGT 77, black or white. And the practice of the southern colonies has always been to make every farmer pay poll taxes upon all his laborers, whether they be black or white. He acknowledges indeed that they do not produce a greater surplus for taxation. The slave is neither fed nor clothed so expensively as a freeman. Again, white women are exempted from labor generally, but Negro women are not. In this, then, the southern states have an advantage as the article now stands. It has sometimes been said that slavery is necessary because the commodities they raise would be too dear for market if cultivated by freemen. But now it is said that the labor of the slave is the dearest. Mr. Painel urged the original resolution of Congress to proportion the quotas of the states to the number of souls. Dr. John Witherspoon was of opinion that the value of lands and houses was the best estimate of the wealth of a nation, and that it was practicable to obtain such a valuation. This is the true barometer of wealth. The one I proposed is imperfect in itself and unequal between the states. It has been objected, and that Negroes eat the food of freemen, therefore should be taxed. Horses also eat the food of freemen, therefore they also should be taxed. It has been said, too, that in carrying slaves into the estimate of the taxes the state is to pay, we do no more than those states themselves do, who always take slaves into the estimate of the taxes the individual is to pay. But one Robert Treat Paine, 776, J. Thomas Jefferson 49. The cases are not parallel. In the southern colonies, slaves pervade the whole colony, but they do not pervade the whole continent. That as to the original resolution of Congress to proportion the quotas according to the souls, it was temporary only, and related to the moneys heretofore emitted, whereas we are now entering into a new compact, and therefore stand on original ground. OBI. The question being put, the amendment proposed, was rejected by the votes of N. Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and York, and Jersey and Pennsylvania against those of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North and South Carolina. Georgia was divided. The other article was in these words, and quote, or diciti, in determining questions, each colony shall have one vote, and quote, July 30. I present 41 members. Mr. Chase observed that this article was the most likely to divide us of any one proposed in the draft then under consideration. That the larger colonies had threatened they would not confederate at all if their numb weight in Congress should not be equal to the burrs of people they added to the Confederacy, while the smaller ones declared against the Union if they did not retain an equal vote for the protection of their rights. That it was of the utmost consequence to bring the parties together, as should we sever from each other. Either no foreign power will ally with us at all, or the different states will form different alliances, and thus increase the horrors of those scenes of civil war and bloodshed, which in such a state of 450, the writings of separation and independence would render us a miser able people. Now, our importance, our interests, our peace required that we should confederate, and that mutual sacrifices should be made to effect a compromise of this difficult question. He was of opinion the smaller colonies would lose their rights if they were not in some instances allowed an equal vote, and therefore that a discrimination should take place among the questions which would come before Congress. 1. That the smaller states should be secured in all questions concerning life or liberty, and the greater ones in all respecting property. He therefore proposed that in votes relating to money, the voice of each colony should be proportioned to the number of its inhabitants. Dr. Franklin, too, thought that the votes should be so proportioned in all cases. He took notice that the Delaware counties had bound up their delegates to disagree to this article. He thought it a very extraordinary language to be held by any state, that they would not confederate with us unless we would let them dispose of our money. Certainly, if we vote equally, we ought to pay equally, but the smaller states will hardly purchase the privilege at this price. That had he lived in a state where the representation originally equal had become unequal by time and accident, he might have submitted rather than disturb government, but that we should be very wrong to set out in this practice when it is in our power to establish what is right. That at the time of the one, and quote, he therefore proposed, and quote, struck out and missed by author. A seconded the proposition, and quote, struck out and missed by author. Thomas, 1776, Jefferson 51 union between England and Scotland. The latter had made the objection which the smaller states now do, but experience had proved that no unfairness had ever been shown them, that their advocates had prognosticated that it would again happen as in times of old, that the whale would swallow Jonas. But he thought the prediction reversed an event, and that Jonas had swallowed the whale. For the Scotch had, in fact, got possession of the government and gave laws to the English. He reprobated the Original Agreement of Congress to vote by colonies, and therefore was for their voting in all cases according to the number of taxables. Witherspoon opposed every alteration of the article. All men admit that a confederacy is necessary. Should the idea get abroad that there is likely to be no union among us, it will damp the minds of the people, diminish the glory of our strug and gall, lessen its importance, because it will open to our view future prospects of war and dissension among ourselves. If an equal vote be refused, the smaller states will become vassals to the larger. And all experience has shown that the vassals and subjects of free states are the most enslaved. He instanced the Helots of Sparta and the provinces of Rome. He observed that foreign powers, discovering this blemish, would make it a handle for disengaging the smaller states from so unequal a confederacy. That the colonies should in fact be considered as individuals, and that as such, in all disputes, they should have an one, end quote. So far going beyond Mr. Chase's proposition, end quote, struck out and missed by author. 52. The writings of 1776 equal vote that they are now collected as individ, and Yules making a bargain with each other, of course, had a right to vote as individuals. That in the East India Company they voted by persons and not by their proportion of stock. that the Belgic Confederacy voted by provinces, that in questions of war, the smaller states were as much interested as in the larger, therefore should vote equally, and indeed that the larger states were more likely to bring war on the Confederacy in proportion as their frontier was more extensive. He admitted that equality of representation was an excellent principle, but then it must be of things which are coordinate, that is, of things similar and of the same nature, that nothing relating to individuals could ever come before Congress, nothing but what would respect colonies. He distinguished between an incorporating and a federal union. The Union of England was an incorporating one, yet Scotland had suffered by that union, for that its inhabitants were drawn from it by the hopes of places and employments. Nor was it an instance of equality of representation, because while Scotland was allowed nearly a 13th of representation, they were to pay only 1/40th of the land tax. He expressed his hopes that in the present enlightened state of men's minds, we might expect a lasting confederacy if it was founded on fair principles. John Adams advocated the voting in proportion to numbers. He said that we stand here as the representatives of the people, that in some states the people are many, in others they are few. That Thomas 1776, Jefferson 53. Therefore their vote here should be proportioned to the numbers from whom it comes. Reason, justice, and equity never had weight enough on the face of the earth to govern the counsels of men. It is interest alone which does it, and it is interest alone which can be trusted. That therefore the interests within doors should be the mathematical representatives of the interests without doors. That the individuality of the colonies is a mere sound. Does the individuality of a colony increase its wealth or numbers? If it does pay equally, if it does not add weight in the scale of the Confederacy, it cannot add to their rights. No way in argument. A has 50, B 500 to seal a partnership. Is it just they should equally dispose of the monies of the partnership? It has been said we are independent individuals making a bargain together. The question is not what we are now, but what we ought to be when our bargain shall be made. The Confederacy is to make us one individual only. It is to form us, like separate parcels of metal, into one common mass. We shall no longer retain our separate individuality, but become a single individual as to all questions submitted to the Confederacy. Therefore, all those reasons which improve the justice expediency of equal representation in other assemblies hold good here. It has been objected that a proportional vote will endanger we the smaller states. Answer that an equal vote and will endanger the larger. Virginia, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts are the three greater colonies. Consider their distance, their difference of produce, of interests, and of manners. And it is apparent they can 54 the writings of 6L and MPGT. 77 never have an interest or inclination to combine for the oppression of the small. That the smaller will naturally divide on all questions with the larger road isled. From it, its relation, similarity, and intercourse will generally pursue the same objects with Massachusetts, Jersey, Delaware, and Maryland, with Pennsylvania. Benjamin Rush took notice that the decay of the liberties of the Dutch Republic proceeded from three causes. I, perfect unanimity requisite on all occasions. 2, their obligation to consult their constituents. 3, their voting by provinces. This last destroyed the equality of representation, and the liberties of Great Britain also are sinking from the same defect, that a part of our rights is deposited in the hands of our legislatures. There it was admitted there should be an equality of representation. Another part of our rights is deposited in the hands of Congress. Why is it not equally necessary? There should be an equal representation there. Were it possible to collect the whole body of the people together, they would determine the questions submitted to them by their majority. Why should not the same majority decide when voting here by their representatives? The larger colonies are so providentially divided in situation as to render every fear of their combining visionary. Their interests are, and different, their circumstances dissimilar. It is more probable they will become rivals and leave it in the power of the smaller states to give preponderance to any scale they please. The voting by the number of free inhabitants will have one excellent effect, that I. Stephen 76, J. Thomas Jefferson 55, and of inducing the colonies to discourage slavery, to encourage the increase of their free inhabitants. Mr. Stephen Hopkins observed there were 4 larger, 4 smaller, and 4 middle-sized colonies. That the 4 largest would contain more than half the inhabitants of the Confederated States, therefore would govern the others as they should please. That history affords no instance of such a thing as equal representation. The Germanic body votes by states. The Helvetic body does the same, and so does the Belgic Confederacy. That too little is known of the ancient confederations to say what was their practice. Mr. Wilson thought that taxation should be in proportion to wealth, but that representation should accord with the number of freemen. That government is a collection or a result of the wills of all. That if any government could speak the will of all, it would be perfect, and that so far as it departs from this, it becomes imperfect. It has been said that Congress is a representation of states, not of individuals. I say that the objects of its care are all the individuals of the states. It is strange that annexing the name of to 10,000 men should, end quote, state, end quote, them in 1,000. This give equal right, 40 must be the effect of magic, not of reason. As to those matters which are referred to Congress, we are not so many states. We are one large state. We lay aside our individuality whenever we come here. The Germanic body is a burlesque on government, and their practice on any point is a sufficient authority and proof that it is wrong. The greatest 56, the writings of 1776, imperfection in the constitution of the Belgic Confederacy, is their voting by provinces. The interest of the whole is constantly sacrificed to that of the small state. And sufficiently proves this. It is asked, shall 9 colonies put it into the power of 4 to govern them as they please? I invert the question and ask, shall 2 millions of people put it in the power of 1 million to govern as they please? It is pretended, too, that the smaller colonies will be in danger from the greater. Speak in honest language, say the minority will be in danger from the majority. And is there an assembly on earth where this danger may not be equally pretended? The truth is that our proceedings will then be consentaneous with the interests of the majority, and so they ought to be. The probability is much greater that the larger states will disagree than that they will combine. I defy the wit of man to invent a possible case, or to suggest any one thing on earth which shall be for the end interests of Virginia, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, and which will not also be for the interest of the other states. 1. These articles reported July 12, 76 were debated. 1 here in the notes, which Jefferson states were taken, end quote. While these things were going in, and at their close, end quote, were, end quote, written out in form and with correctness, end quote. Much of their value depends on the date of their writing, but there is nothing to show this except negative evidence. The sheets were all written at the same time, which makes the writing after Aug. I, 1776, while the misstatements as to the signing and as to Dickinson's presence would seem almost impossible unless greater time even than this had elapsed between the occurrence and the notes. The misbe is, moreover, considerably corrected and interlined, which would hardly be the case if merely a transcript of rough notes. Thomas Jefferson 57 from day to day, and time to time for 2 years, were ratified July 9, 78 by 10 states, by 8 states. Jersey on the 26th of Nov of the same year, and by Delaware on the 23rd of February following. Maryland alone held off 2 years more, ceding to them March 81, and thus the closing obligation. Our delegation had been renewed for the ensuing year, commencing Aug. 11, but the new government was now organized. A meeting of the legislature was to be held in Octi, and I had been elected a member by my county. I knew that our legislation under the regal government had many very vicious points which urgently required reformation, and I thought I could be of more use in forwarding that work. I therefore retired from my seat in Congress on the 26th of September, resigned it, and took my place in the legislature of my state on the 8th of October. On the nth of 1, I moved for leave to bring in a bill for the establishment of courts of justice, the organization of which was of importance. I drew the bill. It was approved by the committee, reported and passed after going through its due course to 1 ordered, that leave be given to bring in a bill for the establishment of courts of justice within this commonwealth, and that Mr. Jefferson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Bullitt, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Watts, Mr. Williams, Mr. Gray, Mr. Bland, Mr. Braxton, and Mr. Curie do prepare and bring in the same. Journal of the House of Delegates, 175, p. 12. Secondus is erroneously stated. After the committee was formed, they were directed by the House of Delegates to divide the subject thereof into favesting bills. And quote, three off these, and quote, appeals and quote, chancery, and quote, and quote, assize, and quote, were introduced by Jefferson Nav, 25, 1776, and the other two, and quote, admiralty, and quote, county, and quote, Dec 4, 1776, all but the top print with the quote, which was promptly passed. Encountered bitter opposition, see note 2, bill for suspending execution for decro 6, 1776, and none were acted upon at this session, nor at the succeeding one. On 58, the writings of et 1, 1776 on the 12th. I obtained leave to bring in a bill declaring tenants entail to hold their lands in fee simple one in the earlier times of the colony, when lands were to be obtained for little or nothing. Some provident individuals procured large grants, and, desirous of founding great families for themselves, set to lead them on their descendants in fee tail. The transmission of this property from generation to generation in the same name raised up a distinct set of families who, being privileged by law in the perpetuation of their wealth, were thus formed into a patrician order, distinguished by the splendor and luxury of their establishments. From this order, too, the king habitually selected his counselors of state, the hope of which distinction devoted the whole course to the interests and will of the crown. To annul this privilege, and instead of an aristocracy of wealth, of more harm and danger than benefit to society, to make an opening for the aristocracy of virtue and talent, which nature has wisely provided, and for the direction of the interests of society, scat-teared with equal hand through all its conditions, was deemed essential to a well-ordered republic. To effect it, no violence was necessary, no deprivation of natural right, but rather an enlargement of it by a repeal of the law. For this would authorize the present holder to divide the property among his auteurs. 30th, 1777. Fresh leave was granted to introduce bills establishing courts of appels, and quote, general court, and court of fasces, and quote, and chancery. The latter two were passed at this session, and the first passed at the first session in 1778. They are all printed in a collection of the public acts of Virginia. Richmond, 1785, pp. 66, 7084, 1C Post, Octi 12 and 1776. Jagan 76, Thomas Jefferson 59. Children equally, as his affections were divided, and would place them by natural generation on the level of their fellow citizens. But this repeal was strongly opposed by Mr. Pendleton, who was zealously attached to ancient establishments, and who, taken all in all, was the ablest man in debate I have ever met with. He had not indeed the poetical fancy of Mr. Henry, his sublime imagination, his lofty and overwhelming diction, but he was cool, smooth, and suasive, his language flowing, chaste, embellished, his conceptions quick, acute, and full of resource, never vanquished. For if he lost the main battle, he returned upon you, and regained so much of it as to make it a drawn one, by dexterous maneuvers, skirmishes in detail, and the recovery of small advantages, which, little singly, were important altogether. You never knew when you were clear of him, but were harassed by his perseverance until the patience was worn down of all who had less of it than himself. Add to this that he was one of the most and virtuous benevolent of men, the kindest friend, the most amiable and pleasant of companions, which ensured a favorable reception to whatever came from him. Finding that the general principles of entails could not be maintained, he took his stand on an amendment which he proposed, instead of an absolute abolition, to permit the tenant entail to convey in fee simple, if he chose it. And he was within a few votes of saving so much of the old law, but the bill passed finally for entire abolition. In that one of the bills for organizing our judiciary system, which proposed a court of chancery, I had 60 the writings of L. and AMPGT 76, provided for a trial by jury of all matters of fact. He defeated it by the introduction of 4 words only, either and quote, if party choose, and quote, all the consequence has been that as no suitor will say to his judge, I distrust you, give and quote, serve me a jury, and quote, juries are rarely, I might say perhaps never seen in that court, but when called for by the chancellor of his own accord. The first establishment in Virginia, which became permanent, was made in 1607. I have found no mention of Negroes in the colony until about 1650. The first brought here as slaves were by a Dutch ship, after which the English commenced the trade and continued it until the Revolutionary War. That suspended ipso facto their further importation for the present, and the business of the war pressing constantly on the legislature. This subject was not acted on finally until the year 78, when I brought in a bill to prevent their further importation. This was one of the 5 bills into which the committee, by order of the House of Delegates, divided the law for the establishment of courts of justice. See Journal of the House of Delegates, p. 69. But the original draft of the bill, which is not in Jefferson's handwriting, in the Virginia State Archives contains only the clause concerning juries in the bill as passed, which was to the effect that by mutual agreement of the parties thicas called subnet toti judge, without the calling of adjury, but otherwise adjuritrial should be given, such having been the law before the extinction of the courts by the revolutionary conflict. Moreover, with the rough draft of the bill already alluded to is a separate paper, in Pendleton's handwriting, containing his amendments to the bill, which does not alter in any way the jury system in the original bill. Second, this is erroneously stated. The earliest step towards this limitation was the permission of the House of Delegates, number 8, 1777, to John Henry and Stark to introduce a bill, and quote, to prohibit the importation of slaves, end quote, unnoticed. 22 do. Henry introduced a bill which was read Thomas 61 Jefferson, passed without opposition, and stopped the increase of the evil by importation, leaving to future efforts its final eradication. The first settlers of this colony were Englishmen, loyal subjects to their king and church, and the grant to Sir Walter Raleigh contained an express proviso that their laws, and quote, should not be against the true Christian faith, now professed in the Church of England, end quote. As soon as the state of the colony admitted, it was divided into parishes, in each of which was established a minister of the Anglican Church, endowed with a fixed salary in tobacco, a glebe house and land with the other necessary appendages. To meet these expenses, all the inhabitants of the parishes were assessed, whether they were or not members of the established church. Towards quackers who came here, they were most cruelly intolerant, driving them from the colony by the severest penal ties. In process of time, however, other sectarisms were introduced, chiefly of the Presbyterian family and the established clergy, secure for life in their glebes and salaries. Adding to these, generally the emoluments of a classical school found employment for a first and second time on that day, and then postponed from time to time till the end of the session. In the next session, the matter was taken up de novo on October 15, 1778, by the House of Delegates, ordering the Committee of Trade to prepare a new bill. It was introduced by Kella as chairman of the committee on Octi. If passed on Octi, 22 do, amended by the Senate on the 23rd, and finally concurred in by the House, Octi 27, 1778. Jefferson thus clearly had nothing to do with the first bill, and as he did not take his seat at the second session till Nov. 3 off, it Tisic will ascertain, had nothing taught with the one which was adopted. See Journal of the House of Delegates for 1777, pp. 1740, for 1778, pp. 13, 1922. The original draft of the bill, now in the Virginia State Archives, is not in Jefferson's handwriting. 62, the writings of June 1, 1776, enough in their farms and schoolrooms for the rest of the week, and devoted Sunday only to the edification of their flock by service and a servitude. Their other pastoral functions were little attended to. Against this inactivity, the zeal and industry of sectarian preachers had an open and undisputed field, and by the time of the Revolution, a majority of the inhabitants had become dissenters from the established church, but were still obliged to pay contributions to support the pastors of the minority. This unrighteous compulsion to maintain teachers of what they deemed religious errors was grievously felt during the regal government, and without a hope of relief. But the first Republican legislature, which met in 76, was crowded with petitions to abolish this spiritual tyranny, These brought on the severest contests in which I have ever been engaged. Our great opponents were Mr. and Pendleton Robert Carter Nicholas, honest men, but zealous churchmen. The petitions were referred to the Committee of the Whole House on the state of the country, and after desperate contests in that committee, almost daily from the nth of October 1 to the 5th of December, we prevailed so far only as to repeal the laws which rendered criminal the maintenance of any religious opinions, the forbearance of repairing to church, or the exercise of any mode of worship, and one in error. These petitions were invariably referred to the Committee of Religion, consisting of 19 members, including Jefferson, appointed October 11, 1776. See Journal of the House of Delegates, pp. 724, 26, 35, 47, on Nover Piet, however. That committee was, discharged, of this question, and it was referred to the, Committee of the Whole House upon the state of the country, J. 776, Thomas Jefferson, 63 further, to exempt dissenters from contributions to the support of the established church, and to sus mem pend only until the next session levies on the burghs of that church for the salaries of their own incumbents. For although the majority of our citizens were dissenters, as has been observed, a majority of the legislature were churchmen. Among these, however, were some reasonable and liberal men who enabled us, on some points, to obtain feeble majorities. But our opponents carried in the general resolutions of the Committee of Navio a declaration that 19 religious assemblies ought to be regulated and that provision ought to be made for continuing the succession of the clergy and superintending their conduct. And in the bill now passed, was inserted an express reservation of the question whether a general assessment should not be established by law on everyone to the support of the pastor of his choice, or whether all should be left to voluntary contributians, and on this question debated at every session from 76 to 79, some of our dissenting allies having now secured their particular object. Going over to the advocates of a general assessment, we could only obtain a suspension from session to session until 79, when the question against the general assessment was finally carried, and the establishment of the Anglican one entitled, and, an act for exempting the different societies of dissenters from contributing to the support and maintenance of the church as the law established, and its ministers, and for other purposes therein mentioned. Dec 5th, concurred in by the Senate Dec, G.F. reenacted, I 1778. It is printed in a collection of public acts of Virginia, Richmond, 1785, p. 39. 64. The writings of UG 776 Church entirely put down. In justice to the two honest but zealous opponents who have been named, I must add that although from their natural temperaments they were more disposed generally to acquiesce in things as they are, than to risk innovations as they. Yet whenever the public will had once decided, none were more faithful or exact in their obedience to it. The seat of our government had been originally fixed in the peninsula of Jamestown, the first settlement of the colonists, and had been afterwards moved a few miles inland to Woodsburg. But this was at a time when our settlements had not extended beyond the tidewater. Now, they had crossed the Allegheny, and the center of population was very far removed from what it had been. Yet Williamsburg was still the depository of our archives, the habitual residence of the governor and many other of the public functionaries, the established place for the sessions of the legislature, and the magazine of our military stores. And its situation was so exposed that it might be taken at any time in war. And at this time particularly, an enemy might in the night run up either of the rivers between which it lies, lay in a force above, and take possession of the place, without the possibility of saving either persons or things. I had proposed its removal so early as October 76, but it did not prevail until the session of May 79. Early in the session of May 79, I prepared and obtained leave to bring in a bill declaring who should won this was moved as early as 1761, and only failed by a vote of 35 to 36. A second attempt was made 1772. Journal of the House of Burgesses. CF Post Oct 14, 1776. Thomas 1770. Jefferson 65 be deemed citizens, asserting the natural right of expatriation and prescribing the mode of exercising it. This when I withdrew from the house on the ist of June following. I left in the hands of George Mason, and it was passed on the 26th of that month. 1. In giving this account of the laws, of which I was myself the mover and draftsman, I by no means mean to claim to myself the merit of obtaining their passage. I had many occasional and strenuous coadjutors in debate, and one most steadfast, able, and zealous, who was himself a host. This was George Mason, a man of the first order of wisdom among those who acted on the theater of the Revolution. Of expansive mind, profound judgment, cogent in argument, learned in the lore of our former Constitution, and earnest for the Republican change on democratic, his elocution was neither principles flowing nor smooth, but his language was strong, his manner most impressive, and strengthened by a dash of biting cynicism when provocation made it seasonable. Mr. Wythe, while speaker in the 2 sessions of 1777, between his return from Congress and his AP appointment to the Chancery, was an able and constant associate in whatever was before Committee of the Whole. His pure integrity, judgment, and reasoning powers gave him great weight. Of him, see more in some notes enclosed in my letter of August 31st, 1821, to Mr. John Saunderson. Mr. Madison came into the House in 1776. A new member and young, which circumstances concurring, one printed in the report of the Committee of Revisers, p. 41. 66, the writings of 6I and Amp ETTA. 77, with his extreme modesty, prevented his venturing himself in debate before his removal to the Council of State in Novice 77. From thence, he went to Congress, then consisting of few members. Trained in these successive schools, he acquired a habit of self-possession which placed at ready command the rich resources of his luminous and discriminating mind, and rendered him the first of every assembly afterwards of which he became a member, never wandering from his subject into vain declamation, but pursuing it closely in language pure, classical, and copious, soothing always the feelings of his adversaries by civilities and softness of expression. He rose to the eminent station which he held in the great National Convention of 1787, and in that of Virginia which followed. He sustained the new Constitution in all its parts, bearing off the palm against the logic of George Mason and the fervid declamation of Mr. Henry. With these consummate powers were united a pure and spotless virtue which no calumny has ever attempted to sully. Of the powers and polish of his pen, and of the wisdom of his administration in the highest office of the nation, I need say nothing. They have spoken and will forever speak for themselves. So far we're proceeding in the details of reformation, only selecting points of legislation prominent in character and principle, urgent and indicative of the when strength of the general pulse of reformation. I left Congress in 76. It was in the persuasion that our whole code must be reviewed, adapted to our Republican form of government, and now that we 776 Thomas Jefferson 67 had no negatives of councils, governors, and kings to restrain us from doing right, that it should be core and directed in all its parts with a single eye to reason, the good of those for whose government it was framed. Early, therefore, in the session of 76, to which I returned, I moved and presented a bill for the revision of the laws which was passed on the 24th of October and on the 5th of November. Mr. Pendleton, Mr. Wythe, George Mason, Thomas L. Lee, and myself were appointed a committee to execute the work. We agreed to meet at Fredericksburg to settle the plan of operation and to distribute the work. We met there accordingly on the I-3rd, 1777. The first question was whether we should propose to abolish the whole existing system of laws and prepare a new and complete institute, or preserve the general system and only modify it to the present state of things. Pendleton, contrary to his usual disposition in favor of ancient things, was for the former proposition, in which he was joined by Mr. Lee. To this it was objected that to abrogate our whole system would be a bold measure, and probably far beyond the views of the legislature, that they had been in the practice of revising from time to time the laws of the colony, omitting the expired, the repealed, and the obsolete, amending only those retained, and probably meant we should now do the same, only including the British statutes as well as our own, that to compose a new institute like those of Justinian and Bracton, or that of Blackstone, which was the model proposed by Mr. B. Pendleton, would be an arduous one. Auth TF note on this revision post under June 18, 1779. 68. The writings of Auth 1, 1777 undertaking of vast research, of great consideration and judgment, and when reduced to a text, every word of that text, every word, from the imperfection of human language and its incompetence to express distinctly every shade of idea, would become a subject of quiz and Tishon chicanery until settled by repeated adjudications, that this would involve us for ages in litigations, and render property uncertain until, like the statutes of old, every word had been tried and settled by numerous decisions and by new volumes of reports and commentaries, and that no one of us probably would undertake such a work, which, to be systematical, must be the work of one hand. This last was the opinion of Mr. Wythe, Mr. Mason, and myself. When we proceeded to the distribution of the work, Mr. Mason excused himself as, being no lawyer, he felt himself unqualified for the work, and he resigned soon after. Mr. Lee excused himself on the same ground, and died indeed in a short time. The other two gentlemen, therefore, and myself divided the work among us, the common law and statutes to the fore. James I. First. When our separate legislature was established, were assigned to me the British statutes from that period to the present day to Mr. White, and the Virginia laws to Mr. Pendleton. As the law of descents and the criminal law fell, of course, within my portion, I wished the committee to settle the lead-in principles of these as a guide for me in framing them. And with respect to the first, I propose to abolish the law of primogeniture, and to make real estate descendable impersonally to the next of kin, as personal property by the statute of the distribution. Jefferson. Pendleton wished to preserve the right of primogeniture, but seeing at once that that could not prevail, he proposed we should adopt the Hebrew principle and give a double portion to the elder son. I observed that if the eldest son could eat twice as much or do double work, it might be a natural evidence of his right to a double portion, but being on a par in his powers and wants with his brothers and sisters, he should be on a par also in the partition of the patrimony, and such was the decision of the other members. On the subject of the criminal law, all were agreed that the punishment of death should be abolished, except for treason and murder, and that, for other felonies, should be substituted hard labor in the public works, and in some cases, the lex talionis. How this last revolting principle came to obtain our approbation, I do not remember. There remained indeed in our laws a vestige of it in a single case of a slave. It was the English law in the time of the Anglo-Saxons, copied probably from the Hebrew law of, and quote, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and quote. And it was the law of several ancient people, but the modern mind had left it far in the rear of its advances. These points, however, being settled, we repaired to our respective homes for the preparation of the work, vis-a-vis. In the execution of my part, I thought it material not to vary the diction of Theontian statutes by modernizing it, nor to give rise to new questions by new expressions. The text of these statutes had been so fully explained and defined by numerous 70, the writings of G1 1779, adjudications, as scarcely ever now to produce a question in our courts. I thought it would be useful also in all new drafts. To reform the style of the later British statutes and of our own acts of assembly, which from their verbosity, their endless tautologies, their involutions of case within parentheses, and their multiplied efforts at certainty by saids and aforesaids, by ores and by ands, to make them more plain, do really render them more perplexed and incomprehensible, not only to common readers, but to the lawyers themselves. We were employed in this work from that time to February 79, when we met at Williamsburg, that is to say, Mr. Pendleton, Mr. Wythe, and myself, and meeting day by day, we examined critically our several parts, sentence by sentence, scrutinizing and amend, ng, until we had agreed on the whole. We then returned home, had fair copies made of our several parts, which were reported to the General Assembly June 18, 17, by Mr. Wythe and myself, Mr. Pendleton as residence being distant, and he having authorized us by letter to declare his approbation. We had in this work brought so much of the common law as it was thought necessary to alter all the British statutes from Magna Charta to the present day, and all the laws of Virginia from the establishment of our legislature in the fort to the present time, which we thought should be retained within the compass of 126 bills, making a printed folio of 90 pages only. Some bills were taken out occasionally from time to time and passed, but the main body of the work was not entered on by the legislature until Thomas 1779, Jefferson 71, after the general peace in 1785, when by the UN wearied exertions of Mr. Teenage Madison, in opposition to the endless quibbles, chicaneries, perversions, vexations, and delays of lawyers and demi-lawyers, most of the bills were passed by the legislature, with little alteration. 1. The bill for establishing religious freedom, 2. The principles of which had to a certain degree been enacted before. I had drawn in all the latitude of reason and right. It still met with opposition, but with some mutilations in the preamble, it was finally passed. And a singular proposition proved that its protection of opinion was meant to be universal, where the preamble declares that coercion is a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion. An amendment was proposed by inserting the word, quote, Jesus Christ, end quote, so that it should read, end quote, a departure from the plan of Jesus Christ, the holy author of our religion, end quote. The insertion was rejected by a great majority in proof that they meant to comprehend within the mantle of its protection the Jew and the Gentile, the Christian and Mahometan, the Hindu and infidel of every denomination. Beccaria and other writers on crimes and punishments had satisfied the reasonable world of the unrightfulness and inefficacy of the punishment of crimes by death and hard labor on roads, canals, and other public works, had been suggested as a proper substitute. The revisers had adopted these ones. See correspondence of James Madison, 199, 200 through 212 3, 583, 583, 612, 2 printed in this edition under June 1879. 72, the writings of 1779 opinions. But the general idea of our country had not yet advanced to that point. The bill, therefore, for proportioning crimes and punishments was lost in the House of Delegates by a majority of a single vote won. I learned afterwards that the substitute of hard labor in public was tried. I believe it was in Pennsylvania. Without success, exhibited as a pub-like spectacle with shaved heads and mean clothing, working on the high roads produced in the criminals such a prostration of character, such an abandonment of self-respect, as, instead of reforming, plunged them into the most desperate and hardened depravity of morals and character. To pursue the subject of this law, I was written to in 1785, being then in Paris, by directors appointed to superintend the building of a capitol in Richmond, to advise them as to a plan, and to add to it one of a prison, thinking it a favorable opportunity of introducing into the state an example of architecture in the classic style of antiquity, and the Maison Quarrée of Nismes, an ancient Roman temple, being considered as the one we going on slowly but successfully, till we arrived at the bill concerning crimes and punishments. Here the adversaries of the code exerted their whole force, which, being abetted by the impatience of its friends in an advanced stage of the session, so far prevailed that the farther prosecution of the work was postponed till the next session. And quote, Madison to Jefferson, January 22nd, 1786. And quote, after being altered so as to remove most of the objections, as was thought, was lost by a single vote. The rage against horse stealers had a great influence on the fate of the bill. Our old bloody code is by this event fully restored. End quote. Madison to Jefferson, February 15, 1787. End quote. In the changes made in the penal law, the revisers were unfortunately misled into some of the specious errors of Beccaria, then in the zenith of his fame as a philosophical legislator. Thomas, 1779. Jefferson, 73. Most perfect model existing of what may be called cubic architecture. I applied to M.L. Clarisol, who had published drawings of the antiquities of Nismes, to have me a model of the building made in stucco, only changing the order from Corinthian to Ionic, on account of the difficulty of the Corinthian capitals. I yielded with reluctance to the taste of Clarisol in his preference of the modern capital of Scamazzi to the more noble capital of antiquity. This was executed by the artist, whom Choiseul Gouffier had carried with him to Constantinople, and employed while ambassador there in making those beautiful models of the remains of Grecian architecture, which are to be seen at Paris. To adapt the exterior to our use, I drew a plan for the interior with the apartments necessary for legislative, executive, judiciary purposes, and accommodated in their size and distribution to the form and dimensions of the building. These were forwarded to the directors in 1786, and were carried into execution with some variations not for the better, the most important of which, however, admit a future correction, with respect to the plan of a prison requested at the same time. I had heard of a benevolent society in England which had been indulged by the government in an experiment of the effect of labor in solitary confinement on some of their criminals, which experiment had succeeded beyond expectation. The same idea had been suggested in France, and an architect of Lyons had proposed a plan of a well-contrived edifice on the principle of solitary confinement. I procured a copy, and as it was too large 74, the writings of she 179 for our purposes, I drew one on a scale, less extensive, but susceptible of additions as they should be wanting. This I sent to the directors instead of a plan of a common prison, in the hope that it would suggest the idea of labor in solitary confinement instead of that on the public works, which we adopted in our. Its principle AC accordingly, but not its exact form, was adopted by Latrobe in carrying the plan into execution by the erection of what is now called the penitentiary, built under his direction. In the meanwhile, the public opinion was ripening by time, by reflection, and by the example of Pennsylvania, where labor on the highways had been tried without approbation from 1786 to 89, and had been followed by their penitentiary system on the principle of confinement and labor, which was proceeding auspiciously. In 1796, our legislature resumed the subject and passed the law for amending the penal laws of the Commonwealth. They adopted solitary instead of public labor, established a gradation in the duration of the confinement, approximated the style of the law more to the modern usage, and instead of the settled distinctions of murder and manslaughter, preserved in my bill, they introduced the new terms of murder in the ist and 2D degree. Whether these have produced more or fewer questions of definition, I am not sufficiently informed of our judiciary transactions to say. I will here, however, insert the text of my bill with the notes I made in the course of my researches into the subject. 1 printed in this edition under June 18, 1779, Thomas 1779, Jefferson 75 Feb. The acts of assembly concerning the College of W.M. Mary were properly within Mr. Pendleton's portion of our work, but these related chiefly to its revenue, while its constitution, organization, and scope of science were derived. Wolbeat's charter thought that on this subject a systematical plan of general education should be proposed, and I was requested to undertake it. I accordingly prepared 3 bills for the revisal, proposing 3 distinct grades of education, reaching all classes. 1. Elementary schools for all children, generally rich and poor too. Colleges for a middle degree of instruction, calculated for the common purposes of life, and such as would be desirable for all who were in easy circumstances. And 3, an ultimate grade for teaching the sciences generally, and in their highest degree. The first bill proposed to lay off every county into hundreds or wards of a proper size and population for a school, in which and common arithmetic should be reading, writing, taught, and that the whole state should be divided into 24 districts, in each of which should be a school for classical learning, grammar, geography, and the higher branches of numerical arithmetic. The second bill proposed to amend the Constitution of W.M. and Mary College to enlarge its sphere of science and to make it, in fact, an university. The third was for the establishment of a library. These bills were not acted on until the same year, 96. And then only so much of the first as provided for elementary schools. The College of W.M. and Mary was an establishment one printed in this edition under June 18th, 76, the writings of I 1079, purely of the Church of England, purely of the Church of England. The visitors were required to be all of that church. The professors to subscribe it as 39 articles, is students to learn it, is catechism. And one of its fundamental objects was declared to be to raise up ministers for that church. The religious jealousies, therefore, of all the dissenters took alarm lest this might give an ascendancy to the Anglican sect, and refused acting on that bill. Its local eccentricity, too, and unhealthy autumnal climate lessened the general inclination towards it. And in the elementary bill, they inserted a provision which completely defeated it, for they left it to the court of each county to determine for itself when this act should be carried into execution within their county. One provision of the bill was that the expenses of these schools should be borne by the inhabitants of the county, everyone in proportion to his general tax rate. This would throw on wealth the education of the poor, and the justices, being generally of the more wealthy class, were unwilling to incur that burthen, and I believe it was not suffered to commence in a single county. I shall recur again to this subject towards the close of my story, if I should have life and resolution enough to reach that term, for I am already tired of talking about myself. The bill on the subject of slaves was a mere digest of the existing laws respecting them, without any intimation of a plan for a future and general emancipation. It was thought better that this should be kept back, and attempted only by way of amendment whenever the bill should be brought on. 1. The Prin, 1 CFO Post, with notes on Virginia in its edition. Thomas, 1779, Jefferson, 77. Simples of the amendment, however, were agreed on. That is to say, the freedom of all born after a certain day, and deportation at a proper age. But it was found that the public mind would not yet bear the proposition, nor will it bear it even at this day. Yet the day is not distant when it must bear and adopt it, or worse will follow. Nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate than that these people are to be free, nor is it less certain that the two races, equally free, cannot live in the same government. Nature, habit, opinion has drawn indelible lines of distinction between them. It is still in our power to direct the process of emancipation and deportation, peaceably and in such slow degree as that the evil wear off insensibly, and their place be pari passu filled up by free white laborers. If, on the contrary, it is left to force itself on human nature, must shudder at the prospect held up, we should in vain look for an example in the Spanish deportation or deletion of the Moors. This precedent would fall far short of our case. I considered 4 of these bills passed or reported as forming a system by which every fiber would be eradicated of ancient or future aristocracy, and a foundation laid for a government truly republican. The repeal of the laws of entail would prevent the accumulation and perpetuation of wealth in select families, and preserve the soil of the country from being daily more and more absorbed in mortmain. The abolition of primogeniture and equal partition of inheritances removed the feudal and unnatural distinctions which made one member of every family, 78 the rights of E1, 70 and 79, rich, and all the rest poor, substituting equal partition, the best of all agrarian laws. The restoration of the rights of conscience relieved the people from taxation, for the support of a religion not theirs, for the establishment was truly of the religion of the rich. The dissenting sects being entirely composed of the less wealthy people, and these by the bill for a general education would be qualified to understand their rights, to maintain them, and to exercise with intelligence the parts in self-government. And all this would be effected without the violation of a single natural right of any one individual citizen. To these, too, might be added, as a further security, the introduction of the trial by jury into the chancery courts, which have already engulfed and continue to engulf so great a proportion of the jurisdiction over our property. On the ist of June 1779, I was appointed governor of the Commonwealth and retired from the legislature, being elected also one of the visitors of W.M. and Mary College, a self-electing body I effected during my residence in Williamsburg that year. A change in the organization of that institution by abolishing the grammar school and the 2 professorships of divinity and Oriental languages, and substituting a professorship of law and police, one of anatomy, medicine, and chemistry, and one of modern languages, and the charter confining us to 6 professorships when we added the law of nature and nations, and the fine arts to the duties of the moral professor, and natural history to those of the professor of mathematics and natural philosophy. 1 CF Post, with notes on Virginia in this edition. Thomas 1779, Jefferson 79, being now, as it were, identified with the Commonwealth itself. To write my own history during the 2 years of my administration would be to write the public history of that portion of the revolution within this state. This has been done by others, and particularly by Mr. Girardin, who wrote his continuation of Burke's History of Virginia while at Milton. In this neighborhood, had free access to all my papers while composing it, and has given as faithful an account as I could myself. For this portion, therefore, of my own life, I refer altogether to his history, from a belief that under the pressure of the invasion, under which we were then laboring, the public would have more confidence in a military chief, and that the military commander, being invested with the civil power also, both might be wielded with more energy, promptitude, and effect for the defense of the state. I resigned the administration at the end of my 2D year. General Nelson was appointed to succeed me. For soon after my leaving Congress in S.P. 76, to wit on the last day of that month, when I had been appointed with Dr. Franklin to go to France as a commissioner to negotiate treaties of alliance and commerce with that government. Silas Deane, then in France, acting as agent too for procuring military stores, was one in error. He was appointed September 26th. Secret Journals of Congressii 31. 2. His ostensible character was to be that of a merchant, his real one agent for military supplies, and also for sounding the dispositions of the government of France, and seeing how far they would favor us, either secretly or openly. His appointment had been by the Committee of Foreign Correspondence, March 1776. T.J. Ado, the writings of 1782, joined with us in commission. But such was the state of my family that I could not leave it, nor could I expose it to the dangers of the sea, and of capture by the British ships. Then, covering the ocean, I saw, too, that the laboring oar was really at home, where much was to be done of the most permanent interest in new modeling our governments, and much to defend our fanes and firesides from the desolations of an invading enemy pressing on our country in every point. I declined, therefore, and Dr. Lee was appointed in my place on the 15th of June, 1781. I had been appointed with Mr. Adams, Dr. Franklin, Mr. J., and Mr. J. Lawrence, a minister plenipotentiary for negotiating peace, then expected to be effected through the mediation of the Empress of Russia. The same reasons obliged me still to decline, and the negotiation was in fact never entered on. But in the autumn of the next year, 1782, Congress receiving assurances that a general peace would be concluded in the winter and spring, they renewed my appointment on the 3rd of November. I had 2 months before that lost the cherished companion of my life, in whose affections, unabated on both sides, I have lived the last 10 years in checkered happiness. With the public interest, the state of my mind concurred in recommending the change of scene proposed, and I accepted the appointment and left Monticello on the 8th of 1782 for Philadelphia, where I arrived on the 27th. The minister of France, Luzerne, offered me a passage in the Romulus frigate. Won by the Secret Journal of Congress, it was June Thomas, 81, 1784. Jefferson, which I accepted. But she was then lying a few miles below Baltimore, blocked up in the ice. I remained, therefore, a month in Philadelphia, looking over the papers in the office of state in order to possess myself of the general state of our foreign relations, and then went to Baltimore to await the liberation of the frigate from the ice. After waiting there nearly a month, we received information that a provisional treaty of peace had been signed by our commissioners on the 3rd of 1782 to become absolute on the conclusion of peace between France and Great Britain. Considering my proceeding to Europe as now of no utility to the public, I returned immediately to Philadelphia to take the orders of Congress, and was excused by them from further proceeding. I therefore returned home, where I arrived on the 1st of May, 1783, on the 6th. Of the following month, I was appointed by the legislature a delegate to Congress, the appointment meant to take place on the 1st of November, ensuing when that of the existing delegation would expire. IAC accordingly left home on the 6th of ITT, arrived at Trenton, where Congress was sitting on the 3rd of November, and took my seat on the 4th, on which day Congress adjourned to meet at Annapolis on the 26th. Congress had now become a very small body, and the members very remiss for in their attendance on it, as duties insomuch that a majority of the states necessary by the Confederation to constitute a House, even for minor business, did not assemble until the 13th of December. They, as early as John 1782, had turned their voli 682. The writings of who won 1784 attention to the moneys current in the several states, and had directed the financier Robert Morris to report to them a table of rates at which the foreign coins should be received at the Treasury. That officer, or rather his assistant, Governor Morris, answered them on the ifth and enable an elaborate statement of the denominations of money current in the several states and of the comparative value of the foreign coins chiefly in circulation with us. He went into the consideration of the necessity of establishing a standard of value with us and of the adoption of a money unit. He proposed for the unit such a fraction of pure silver as would be a common measure of the penny of every state, without leaving a fraction. This common divisor he found to be 1,014.40 of a dollar, or 1,600 of the crown. The value of a dollar was therefore to be sterling, expressed by 1440 units, and of a crown by 1640 unit, entailing a quarter of a grain of fine silver. Congress turning again their attention to this subject the following year, the financier, by a letter of APR 30, 1783, further explained and urged the unit he had proposed, but nothing more was done on it until the ensuing year, when it was again taken up and referred to a committee of which I was a member. The general views of the financier were sound, and the principle was ingenious on which he proposed to found his unit, but it was too minute for ordinary use, too laborious for computation, either by the head or in figures. The price of a loaf of bread, 1/20 of a dollar, would be 72 units. One diplomatic correspondent, 12th Thomas, 1784. Jefferson 83. A pound of butter, 1/5 of a dollar, 288 units. A horse or bullock of 80 value would require a notation of 6 figures, to wit, 115,200, and the public debt, suppose of 80 millions, would require 12 figures, to wit, 115,200,000,000 units. Such a system of money arithmetic would be entirely unmanageable for the common purposes of society. I propose, therefore, instead of this, to adopt the dollar as our unit of account and payment, and that its divisions and subdivisions should be in the decimal ratio. I wrote some notes on the subject, which I submitted to the consideration of the financier. I received his answer in adherence to his general system, only agreeing to take for his unit 100 of those he first proposed, so that a dollar should be 1440, 100, and a crown 16 units. I replied to this, and printed my notes and reply on a flying sheet, which I put into the hands of the members of Congress for consideration, and the committee agreed to report on my principle. This was adopted the ensuing year, and is the system which now prevails. I insert here the notes and reply, as shewing the different views on which the adoption of our money system hung. The division into dimes, cents, and mills is now so well understood that it would be easy of introduction into the kindred branches of weights and measures. I use, when I travel, an odometer of Clark's invention, which divides the mile into cents, and I find every one comprehend a distance readily when stated to them in miles and cents, and so they would in feet and cents, pounds, cents, and seat. One printed in this edition under 1784. 84. The writings of who won 1784, the remissness of Congress, and their permanent session began to be a subject of uneasiness, and even some of the legislatures had recommended to them intermissions and periodical sessions. As the Confederation had made no provision for a visible head of the government during vacations of Congress, and such a one was necessary to superintend the executive business, to receive and communicate with foreign ministers and nations, and to assemble Congress on sudden and extraordinary emergencies, I propose early in April the appointment of a committee to be called the Committee of the States, to consist of a member from each state, who should remain in session during the recess of Congress, that the functions of Congress should be divided into executive and legislative, the latter to be reserved, and the former, by a general resolution, to be delegated to that committee. This proposition was afterwards agreed to. A committee appointed, who entered on duty on the subsequent adjournment of Congress, quarreled very soon, split into two parties, abandoned their post, and left the government without any visible head until the next meeting in Congress. We have since seen the same thing take place in the Directory of France, and I believe it will forever take place in any executive consisting of a plurality. Our plan, best I believe, combines wisdom and practicability by providing a plurality of counselors, but a single arbiter for ultimate decision. I was in France when we heard of this schism, one April 14th, 1784. Journal of Congress, 927, CF 127. Post under John 30th, 1784, Jefferson as report on the Committee of the States. Thomas 1783. Jefferson 85 in separation of our committee. And, speaking with Dr. Franklin of this singular disposition of men to quarrel and divide into parties, he gave his sentiments as usual by way of apology. He mentioned the Eddystone Lighthouse in the British Channel as being built on a rock in the mid-channel, totally inaccessible in winter, from the boisterous character of that sea in that season. That therefore, for the two keepers employed to keep up the lights, all provisions for the winter were necessarily carried to them in autumn, as they could never be visited again till the return of the milder season. That on the first practicable day in the spring, a boat put off to them with fresh supplies. The boatman met at the door, one of the keepers, and accosted him with a how goes it, friend? Very well. Is your companion? I do not know, Danton. Is Noth here? I can to tell. Have not you seen him today? No. When did you see him? Not since last fall. You have killed him. Not I, indeed. They were about to lay hold of him as having certainly murdered his companion, but he desired them to go upstairs and examine for themselves. They went up, and there found the other keeper. They had quarreled it, seemed soon after being left there, had divided into two parties, assigned the cares below to one, and those above to the other, and had never spoken to or seen one another since. But to return to our Congress at Annapolis, the definitive treaty of peace, which had been signed at Paris on the 3d of September 1783, and received here, could not be ratified without a House of Nine. States 1 CFETOs under John 1784. 86, the writings of Her 1783 on the 23d of Dikita 1. Therefore, we addressed letters to the several governors, stating the receipt of the definitive treaty that 7 states only were in attendance while not were necessary to its ratification, and urging them to press on their delegates the necessity of their immediate attendance, and on the 26th. To save time, I move that the agent of Marine, Robert Morris, should be instructed to have ready a vessel at this place, at York, and at some eastern port, to carry over the ratification of the treaty when agreed to. It met the general sense of the House, but was opposed by Dr. Lee too on the ground of expense, which it would authorize the agent to incur for us. And he said it would be better to ratify at once and send on the ratification. Some members had before suggested that 7 states were competent to the ratification. My motion was therefore postponed and another brought forward by Mr. for an immediate ratification. Reed, Lee, Hugo Williamson, and Jeremiah Chase urged that ratification was a mere matter of form, that the treaty was conclusive from the moment it was signed by the ministers, that although the Confederation requires the assent of 9 states to enter into a treaty, yet that its conclusion could not be called entrance into it, that supposing 9 states requisite, it would be in the power of 5 states to keep us always at war, that 9 states had virtually authorized the ratification, having ratified one on motion of Williamson, seconded by Jefferson, to Arthur Lee, delegate from Virginia, 3 Jacob read. Thomas 1783, Jefferson 87, the provisional treaty, and instructed their ministers to agree to a definitive one in the same terms. And the present one was in fact substantially and almost verbatim the same. That there now remained but 67 days for the ratification for its passage across the Atlantic and its exchange. That there was no hope of our soon having 9 states present. In fact, that this was the ultimate point to which we could venture to wait. That if the ratification was not in Paris by the time stipulated, the treaty would become void. That if ratified by 7 states, it would go under our seal without it as being known to Great Britain. That only 7 had concurred, that it was a question of which they had no right to take cognizance, and we were only answerable for it to our constituents, that it was like the ratification which our Britain had received from the Dutch by the W.M.N. negotiations of Senior Temple. On the contrary, it was argued by Monroe, Jerry Howell, Ellery, and myself, that by the modern usage of Europe, the ratification was considered as the act which gave validity to a treaty, until which it was not obligatory. One, that the commission to the ministers reserved the ratification to Congress, that the treaty itself stipulated that it should be ratified, that it became a 26th question who were competent to the ratification, that the Confederation expressly required 9 states to enter into any treaty, that by this, that instrument must have intended that the assent of 9 states should be necessary, as 1 Vattel, L2, 156. 88. The writings of 1783, well to the completion as to the commencement of the treaty, its object having been to guard the rights of the Union in all those important cases where 9 states are called for, that by the contrary construction, 7 states, containing less than 1/3 of our whole citizens, might rivet on us a treaty, commenced indeed under commission and instructions from 9 states, but formed by the minister in express contradiction to such instructions, and in direct sacrifice of the interests of so great a majority, that the definitive treaty was admitted not to be a verbal copy of the provisional one, and whether the departures from it were of substance or not was a question on which 9 states alone were competent to decide, that the circumstances of the ratification of the provisional articles by 9 states the instructions to our ministers to form a definitive one by them, and their actual agreement in substance do not render us competent to ratify in the present instance. If these circumstances are in themselves a ratification, nothing further is requisite than to give attested copies of them in exchange for the British ratification. If they are not, we remain where we were, without a ratification by 9 states, and incompetent ourselves to ratify, that it was but 4 days since the 7 states now, 7 present, unanimously concurred in a resolution to be forwarded to the governors of the absent states, in which they stated as a cause for urging on their delegates that 9 states were necessary to ratify the treaty, that in the case of the Dutch ratification, Britain had courted it, and therefore was glad to accept it as it was, that Thomas 1783, Jefferson 89, they knew our Constitution, and would object to a ratification by 7, that if that circumstance was kept back, it would be known hereafter, and would give them ground to deny the validity of a ratification into which they should have been surprised and cheated, and it would be a dishonorable prostitution of our seal, that there is a hope of 9. That if the treaty would become null, if not ratified in time, it would not be saved by an imperfect ratification, but that in fact it would not be null, and would be placed on better ground, going in unexceptionable form, though a few days too late, and rested on the small importance of this circumstance, and the physical impossibilities which had prevented a punctual compliance in point of time, that this would be and proved by all nations, by Great Britain herself. If not determined to renew the war, and if determined, she would never want excuses. Were this out of the way, Mr. Reed gave notice he should call for the yeas and nays, whereon those in opposition prepared a resolution, expressing pointedly the reasons of the dissent from his motion. It appearing, however, that his proposition could not be carried, it was thought better to make no entry at all. Massachusetts alone would have been for it, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and Virginia against it, Delaware, Maryland, and then Carolina would have been divided. Our body was little numerous, but very contendious. Day after day was wasted on the most unimportant questions. My colleague Mercer was one of those afflicted with the morbid rage of debate. One John F. Mercer. 90. The writings of 1783 of an ardent mind, prompt imagination, and copious flow of words. He heard with impatience any logic which was not his own. Sitting near me on some occasion of a trifling but wordy debate, he asked how I could sit in silence, hearing so much false reasoning which a word should refute. I observed to him that to refute indeed was easy, but to silence impossible. That in measures brought forward by myself, I took the laboring oar, as was incumbent on me, but that in general I was willing to listen. If every sound argument or objection was used by someone or other of the numerous debaters, it was enough. If not, I thought it sufficient to suggest the omission, without going into a repetition of what had been already said by others, that this was a waste and abuse of the time and patience of the House which could not be justified. And I believe that if the members of deliberative bodies were to observe this course generali, they would do in a day what takes them a week. And it is really more questionable than may at first be thought, whether Bonaparte's dumb legislature, which said nothing and did much, may not be preferable to one which talks much. I served with General Washington in the legislature of Virginia before the Revolution, and during it with Dr. Franklin in Congress. I never heard either of them speak 10 minutes at a time, nor to any but the main point, which was to decide the question. They laid their shoulders to the great points, knowing that the little ones would follow of themselves. If the present Congress errs in too much talking, how can it be otherwise in a body to which the people Thomas, 1783, Jefferson, 91, send 150 lawyers whose trade it is to question everything, yield nothing, and talk by the hour, that 150 lawyers should do business together ought not to be expected. But to return again to our subject, those who thought 7 states competent to the ratification, being very restless under the loss of their motion, I proposed on the 3rd of January to meet them on middle ground, and therefore moved a resolution which, premising that there were but 7 states present who were unanimous for the ratification, but that they differed in opinion on the question of competency, that those, however, in the negative, were unwilling that any powers which it might be supposed they possessed should remain unexercised for the restoration of peace, provided it could be done saving their good faith, and without importing any opinion of Congress, that 7 states were competent, and resolving that treaty be ratified so far as they had power, that it should be transmitted to our ministers with instructions to keep it uncommunicated, to endeavor to obtain 3 months and quote longer for exchange of ratifications, that they should be informed that so soon as 9 states shall be present, a ratification by 9 shall be sent them. If this should get to them before the ultimate point of time for exchange, they were to use it, and not the other. If not, they were to offer the act of the 7 states in exchange, informing them the treaty had come to hand, while Congress was not in session, that but 7 states were as yet assembled, and these had unanimously concurred in the ratification. This was one printed in this edition under that date. 92, the writings of 1784 debated on the 3D and 4th one and on the 5th. A vessel being to sail for England from this port, Annapolis, the House directed the President to write to our ministers according. Delegates from Connecticut having attended yesterday, and another from S. Carolina coming in this day, the treaty was ratified without a dissenting voice, and 3 instruments of ratification were ordered to be made out, one of which was sent by Cola Harmer, another by Cola Franks, transmitted to the agent of Marine to be forwarded by any good opportunity. Congress soon took up the consideration of their foreign relations. They deemed it necessary to get their commerce placed with every nation on a footing as favorable as that of other nations, and for this purpose to propose to each a distinct treaty of commerce. This act, too, would amount to an acknowledgment by each of our independence and of our reception into the fraternity of nations, which also, as possessing our station of right, and in fact, we would not condescend to ask. We were not unwilling to furnish opportunities for receiving their friendly salutations and welcome. With France, the United Netherlands, and Sweden, we had already treaties of commerce, but commissions were given for those countries also, should any amendments be thought necessary. The other states to which ham treaties were to be proposed were England, Berg, Saxony, Prussia, Denmark, Russia, Austria, Venice, Rome, Naples, Tuscany, Sardinia, Genoa. 1 the 4th of January, 1784 was Sunday, so Congress did not sit. Thomas, 1780-40, Jefferson, 93, and Spain. Portugal, the Porte, Algiers, Tripoli, Tunis, Morocco. 1 March 16. On the U8th of May, Congress resolved that a minister plenipotentiary should be appointed in addition to Mr. Adams and Dr. Franklin for negotiating treaties of commerce with foreign nations, and I was elected to that duty. I accordingly left Annapolis on the 1 on Netley. Took with me my elder daughter to then at Philadelphia, the two others being too young for the voyage, and proceeded to Boston in quest of a passage. While passing through the different states, I made a point of informing myself of the state of the commerce of each, went on to New Hampshire with the same view, and returned to Boston. From thence I sailed on the 5th of July in the series and merchant ship of Mr. Nathaniel Tracy, bound to Cowes. He was himself a passenger, and after a pleasant voyage of 19 days from land to land, we arrived at Cowes on the 26th. I was detained there a few days by the indisposition of my daughter. On the 30th, we embarked for Havre, arrived there on the 30th. Left it on the 3rd of August, and arrived at Paris on the 6th. I called immediately on Dr. Franklin at Passy, communicated to him our charge, and we wrote to Mr. Adams, then at The Hague, to join us at Paris, before I had left America. That is to say, in the year 1781, I had received a letter from M. de Marbois, of the French legation in Philadelphia, informing me he had been instructed by his government to see Jefferson's report on European treaties, post under 1784. To Martha Jefferson, afterwards Mrs. Thomas Ann Randolph. 94. The writings of U-1000, 1784, obtained such statistical accounts of the different states of our Union as might be useful for their informity in, and addressing to me a number of queries relative to the state of Virginia. I had always made it a practice, whenever an opportunity occurred, of obtaining any information of our country, which might be of use to me in any station, public or private, to commit it to writing. These memoranda were on loose papers, bundled up without order, and difficult of recurrence when I had occasion for a particular one. I thought this a good occasion to embody their substance, which I did in the order of Mr. Marbois' queries, so as to answer his wish, and to arrange them for my own use. Some friends, to whom they were occasionally communicated, wished for copies, but their volume rendering this too laborious by hand, I proposed to get a few printed for their gratification. I was asked such a price, however, as exceeded the importance of the object. On my arrival at Paris, I found it could be done for a fourth of what I had been asked here. I therefore corrected and enlarged them, and had 200 copies printed under the title of Notes on Virginia. I gave a very few copies to some particular persons in Europe, and sent the rest to my friends in America. An European copy, by the death of the owner, got into the hands of a bookseller, who engaged its translation, and when ready for the press, communicated his intentions manuscript to me, without any other permission than that of suggesting corrections. I never had seen so wretched an attempt at translation. Inverted, abridged, mutilated, and Thomas 1784. Jefferson 95, often reversing the sense of the original. I found it a blotch of errors from beginning to end. I corrected some of the most material, and in that form it was printed in French. A London bookseller, on seeing the translation, requested me to permit him to print the English original. I thought it best to do so, to let the world see that it was not really so bad as the French translation had made it appear. And this is the true history of that publication. Mr. Adams soon joined us at Paris, and our first employment was to prepare a general form to be proposed to such nations as were disposed to treat with us. During the negotiations for peace with the British Commissioner, David Hartley, our commissioners had proposed, on the suggestion of Dr. Franklin, to insert an article exempting from capture by the public or private armed ships of either belligerent, when at war, all merchant vessels and their cargoes employed merely in carrying on the commerce between nations. It was refused by England, and unwisely, in my opinion, for in the case of a war with us, their superior commerce places infinitely more at hazard on the ocean than ours. And as hawks abound in proportion to game, so our privateers would swarm in proportion to the wealth exposed to their prize, while theirs would be few for we want of subjects of capture. Inserted this article in our form, with a provision against the molestation of fishermen, husbandmen, citizens, unarmed and following their occupations in unfortified places, for the humane treatment of prisoners of war. 1 CFI. Post, note on Notes on Virginia under 1782. 96, the writings of He 1784. The abolition of contraband of war, which exposes merchant vessels to such vexatious and ruinous detentions and abuses, and for the principle of free bottoms, free goods. In a conference with the Count de Vergennes, it was thought better to leave to legislative regulation on both sides such modifications of our commercial intercourse as would voluntarily flow from amicable disposition. Without urging, we sounded the ministers of the several European nations at the court of Versailles on their dispositions towards mutual commerce, and the expediency of encouraging it by the protection of a treaty. Old Frederick of Prussia met us cordially and without hesitation, and Appy, pointing the Baron de Thulemeyer, his minutiae with us, we communicated to him our project, which, with little alteration by the king, was soon concluded. Denmark and Tuscany entered also into negotiations with us, other powers appearing indifferent. We did not think it proper to press them. They seemed, in fact, to know little about us, but as rebels who had been successful in throwing off the yoke of the mother country. They were ignorant of our commerce, which had been always monopolized by England, and of the exchange of articles it might offer advantageously to both parties. They were inclined, therefore, to stand aloof until they could see better what relations might be usefully instituted with us. The negotiations, therefore, begun with Denmark and Tuscany, we protracted designedly until our powers had expired, and abstained from making new propositions to Thomas 1785, Jefferson 97 others having no colonies. Because our commerce, being an exchange of raw for wrought materials, is a competent price for admission into the colonies of those possessing them. But were we to give it, without price, to others, all would claim it without price on the ordinary ground of gentis amicissime. Mr. Adams, being appointed min plenty of the U.S. to London, left us in June, and in July 1785. Dr. Franklin returned to America, and I was appointed his successor at Paris in Feb 1000. Mr. Adams wrote to me pressingly to join him in London immediately, as he thought he discovered there some symptoms of better disposition towards us. Colo Smith, one his secretary of legation, was the bearer of his urgencies for my immediate attendance. I accordingly left Paris on the 1st of March, and on my arrival in London, we agreed on a very summary form of treaty, proposing an exchange of citizenship for our citizens, our ships, and our productions generally. On my presentation, as usual, to the king and queen at their levees, it was impossible for anything to be more ungracious than their notice of Mr. Adams and myself. I saw at once that the ulcerations in the narrow mind of that mulish being left nothing to be expected on the subject of my attendance, and on the first conference with the Marquis of Caermarthen, his minister of foreign affairs, the distance and disinclination which he betrayed in his conversation, the vagueness evasions of his answers to us, confirmed me in the belief of their aversion to have anything to do with us. One William Stephen Smith, Follistock, 719. The writings of who won 1786 delivered him, however, our pro Mr. Adams not yet, despairing as much as I did of its effect. We afterwards, by one or more notes, requested his appointment of an interview and conference, which, without directly declining, he evaded by pretenses of other pressing occupations for the moment, after staying there 7 weeks. Till within a few days of the expiration of our commission, I informed the minister by note that my duties at Paris required my return to that place, and that I should with pleasure be the bearer of any commands to his ambassador there. He answered that he had none, and wishing me a pleasant journey, I left London the 26th, arrived at Paris on the 30th of April. While in London, we entered into negotiations with the Chevalier Pinto, ambassador of Portugal at that place. The only article of difficulty between us was a stipulation that our breadstuff should be received in Portugal in the form of flour, as well as of grain. He approved of it himself, but observed that several nobles of great influence at their court were the owners of windmills in the neighborhood of Lisbon, which depended much for their profits on manufacturing our wheat, and that this stipulation would endanger the whole treaty. He signed it, however, and its fate was what he had candidly portended. My duties at Paris were confined to a few objects: the receipt of our whale oils, salted fish, and salted meats on favorable terms, the admission of our rice, and on equal terms with that of Piedmont, Egypt, the Levant, a mitigation of the monopolies of our tobacco by the farmers general, and a free admission of our Thomas 1786, Jefferson 99, productions into their islands were the principal commercial objects which required attention, and on these occasions I was powerfully aided by all the influence and the energies of the Marquis de Lafayette, who proved himself equally zealous for the friendship and welfare of both nations. And in justice, I must also say that I found the government entirely disposed to befriend us on all occasions, and to yield us every indulgence not absolutely injurious to themselves. The Count de Vergennes had the reputation with the diplomatic corps of being wary and slippery in his diplomatic intercourse, and so he might be with those whom he knew to be slippery and double-faced themselves, as he saw that I had no indirect views, practiced no subtleties, meddled in no intrigues, pursued no concealed object. I found him as frank, as honorable, as easy of access to reason as any man with whom I had ever done business, and I must say the same for his successor, Montmorency. One of the most honest and worthy of human beings, our commerce in the Mediterranean was placed under early alarm by the capture of 2 of our vessels and crews by the Barbary cruisers. I was very unwilling that we should acquiesce in the European humiliation of paying a tribute to those lawless pirates, and endeavored to form an association of the powers subject to habitual depredation from them. I accordingly prepared and proposed to their ministers at Paris, for consultation with their governments, articles of a special confederation in the form. Following IUO, the writings of Who won 1786, and quote, proposals for concerted operation among the powers at war with the piratical states of Barbary. And, quote, it is proposed that the several powers at war with the piratical states of Barbary, or any 2 or more of them who shall be willing, shall enter into a convention to carry on their operations against those states, in concert, beginning with the Algerines, and, quote, 2. This convention shall remain open to any other power who shall at any future time wish to accede to it, the parties reserving a right to prescribe the conditions of such accession. According to the circumstances existing at the time it shall be proposed. The object of the convention shall be to come, and quote, 3. Compel the piratical states to perpetual peace without price, and to guarantee that peace to each other. The operations for obtaining this peace shall, end quote, 4. Be constant cruises on their coast with a naval force now to be agreed on. It is not proposed that this force shall be so considerable as to be inconvenient to any party. It is believed that 6 frigates, with as many tenders or xebecs, 1/2 of which shall be in cruise, while the other half is at rest, will suffice. The force agreed to be necessary shall be fur, and quote, 5. Nished by the parties in certain quotas, now to be fixed, it being expected that each will be willing to contribute in such proportion as circumstance may render reasonable, and quote, 6. As miscarriages often proceed from want of harmony among officers of different nations, the parties shall now consider and decide whether it will Thomas 1786 Jefferson IP not be better to contribute their quotas in money, to be employed in fitting out and keeping on duty a single fleet of the force agreed on, the difficulties and delays to which will end quote, 7, tend the management of these operations if conducted by the parties themselves separately, distant as their courts may be from one another, and incapable of meeting in consultation, suggest a question whether it will not be better for them to give full powers for that purpose to their ambassadors or other ministers resident at some one court of Europe, who shall form a committee or council for carrying this convention into effect, wherein the vote of each member shall be computed in proportion to the quota of his sovereign, and the majority so computed shall prevail in all questions within the view of this convention. The court of Versailles is proposed, on account of it, is neighborhood to the Mediterranean, and because all those powers are represented there who are likely to become parties to this convention, to save to that council the embarrassment, and quote 8, of personal solicitations for office, and to assure the parties that their contributions will be applied solely to the object for which they are destined. There shall be no establishment of officers for the said council, such as commons, or any other kind, with either salaries or perquisites, nor any other lucrative appointments, but such whose functions are to be exercised on board the SD vessels, should war arise between any 2 of the end quote 9 parties to this convention. It shall not extend to this the writings of U 1 1786 enterprise, nor interrupt it. But as to this, they shall be reputed at peace. And quote 10, When Algiers shall be reduced to peace, the other piratical states, if they refuse to discontinue their piracies, shall become the objects of this convention, either successively or together, as shall seem best. Where this convention would interfere with treaties actually existing between any of the parties and the SD states of Barbary, the treaty shall prevail, and such party shall be allowed to withdraw from the operations against that state. End quote. Spain had just concluded a treaty with Algiers at the expense of $3 million, and did not like to relinquish the benefit of that until the other party should fail in their observance of it. Portugal, Naples, the two Sicilies, Venice, Malta, Denmark, and Sweden were favorably disposed to such an association, but their representatives at Paris expressed apprehensions that France would interfere and either openly or secretly support the Barbary power. And they required that I should ascertain the dispositions of the Count de Vergennes on the subject. I had before taken occasion to inform him of what we were proposing, and therefore did not think it proper to insinuate any doubt of the fair conduct of his government. But stating our proposal, I mentioned the apprehensions entertained by us that England would interfere in behalf of those piratical governments. End quote. She dares not do it, end quote, said he. I pressed it no further. The other agents were Thomas 1786, Jefferson 103, satisfied with this indication of his sentiments, and nothing was now wanting to bring it into direct and formal consideration. But the assent of our government and their authority to make the formal proposition. I communicated to them the favorable prospect of protecting our commerce from the Barbary depredations, and for such a continuance of time as, by an exclusion of them from the sea, to change their habits and characters from a predatory to an agricultural people, towards which, however, it was expected, it would contribute a frigate and its expenses to be in constant cruise. But they were in no condition to make any such engagement. Their recommendatory powers for obtaining contributions were so openly neglected by the several states that they declined an engagement which they were conscious they could not fulfill with punctuality, and so it fell deep. While at Paris, I became acquainted with John Ledyard of Connecticut, a man of genius, of some science, and of fearless courage and enterprise. He had accompanied Captain Cook in his voyage to the Pacific, had distinguished himself on several occasions by an unrivaled intrepidity, and published an account of that voyage with details favorable to Cook's deportment towards the savages, and lessening our regrets at his fate. Ledyard had come to Paris in the hope of forming a company to engage in the fur trade of the western coast of America. He was disappointed in this, and being out of business and of a roaming, restless character, I suggested to him the enterprise of exploring the 104, the writings of 1786 western part of our continent by passing through St. Petersburg to Kamchatka and procuring a passage thence in some of the Russian vessels to Nootka Sound, whence he might make his way across the continent to America. And I undertook to have the permission of the Empress of Russia solicited. He eagerly embraced the proposition, and M. de Zemoulin, the Russian ambassador, and more particularly Baron Grimm, the special correspondent of the EM Press, solicited her permission for him to pass through her dominions to the western coast of America. And here I must correct a material error which I have committed in another place to the prejudice of the Empress. In writing some notes of the life of Captain Lewis, one prefixed to his expedition to the Pacific, I stated that the Empress gave the permission asked, and afterwards retracted it. This idea, after a lapse of 26 years, had so insinuated itself into my mind that I committed it to paper without the least suspicion of error. Yet I find, on recurring to my letters of that date, that the Empress refused permission at once, considering the enterprise as entirely a catman. But Ledyard would not relinquish it, persuading himself that by proceeding to St. Petersburg, he could satisfy the Empress of its practicability and obtain her permission. He went accordingly, but she was absent on a visit to some distant part of her dominions, too, and he pursued his course to within 200 miles of Kamchatka, where he was overtaken by an arrest from the Empress, brought back to Poland, and there dismissed. I must there, one in Lewis and Clark's Travels, to the Crimea, T.J. Thomas 1786, Jefferson 105 for injustice. Acquit the Empress of ever having for a moment countenanced, even by the indulgence of an innocent passage through her territories, isn't too much, but the pecuniary distresses of France produced this year a measure of which there had been no example for near 2 centuries, and the consequences of which, good and evil, are not yet calculable for its remote causes. Celebrated writers of France and England had already sketched good principles on the subject of government. Yet the American Revolution seems first to have awakened the thinking part of the French nation in general from the sleep of despotism in which they were sunk. The officers, too, who had been to America, were mostly young men, less shackled by habit and prejudice, and more ready to assent to the suggestions of common sense and feeling of common rights. They came back with new ideas and impressions. The press, notwithstanding it as shackles, began to disseminate them, conversatians, assumed new freedoms. Politics became the theme of all societies, male and female. And a very extensive and zealous party was formed, which AC acquired the appellation of the Patriotic Party, who, sensible of the abusive government under which they lived, sighed for occasions of reforming it. This party comprehended all the honesty of the kingdom sufficiently at it. As leisure to think, the men of letters, the easy bourgeois, the young nobility, partly from reflection, partly from mode, for these sentiments became matter of mode. And as such, I06, the writings of 1787, united most of the young women to the party. Happily for the nation, it happened at the same moment that the dissipations of the Queen and Court, the abuses of the pension list, and dilapidations in the administration of every branch of the finances had exhausted the treasures and credit of the nation, insomuch that its most necessary functions were paralyzed. To reform these abuses would have overset the minister. To impose new taxes by the authority of the king was known to be impossible from the determined opposition of the no parliament to their registry. The resource remained then but to appeal to the nation. He advised, therefore, the call of an assembly of the most distinguished characters of the nation, in the hope that by promises of various and valuable improvements in the organization and regimen of the government, they would be induced to authorize new taxes, to control the opposition of the parliament, and to raise the annual revenue to the level of expenditures. An assembly of notables, therefore, about 150, in number named by the king, convened on the 226th of February. The minister, Calonne, stated to them that the annual excess of expenses beyond the revenue, when Louis XVI came to the throne, was 37 millions of livres, at 440, had been borrowed to reestablish the navy that the American war had cost them 1440 millions, 256 millions of dollars, and that the interest of these sums, with other increased expenses, had added 40 millions more to the annual deficit, and more candid estimate made it 56 millions. He proffered them in Thomas 1787, Jefferson 107, universal redress of grievances, lay open those grievances fully, pointed out sound remedies, and covering his canvas with objects of this magnitude. The deficit dwindled to a little accessory, scarcely attracting attention. The persons chosen were the most able and independent characters in the kingdom, and their support, if it could be obtained, would be enough for him. They improved the occasion for redressing their grievances, and agreed that the public wants should be relieved, but went into an examination of the causes of them. It was supposed that Calonne was conscious that his accounts could not bear examination, and it was said, and men believed, that he asked the king to send 4 burrs to the Bastille, of whom the M. de Lafayette was one, to banish 20 others. Of his ministers, the king found it shorter to banish him. His successor went on in full concert with the assembly. The result was an augmentation of the revenue, a compromise of economies in its expenditure, of an annual settlement of the public accounts before a council, which the comptroller, having been heretofore obliged to settle only with the king in person, of course never settled at all, an acknowledgment that the king could not lay a new tax, a reformation of the criminal laws, abolition of torture, suppression of corvées, reformation of the gabelles, removal of the interior custom houses, free commerce of grain, internal and external, and the establishment of provincial assemblies. which altogether constituted a great massive improvement in the condition of the nation. The establishment of the provincial Assembly, the writings of Kiwan the 1787 Blythes, was in itself a fundamental improvement. They would be of the choice of the people, 1/3 renewed every year in those provinces where there are no states, that is to say, over the forts of the kingdom. They would be partly an executive themselves, and partly an executive council to the intendant, to whom the executive power in his province had been heretofore entirely delegated. Chosen by the people, they would soften the execution of hard laws, and having a right of representation to the king, they would censure bad laws, suggest good ones, expose abuses, and their representations, when united, would command respect. To the other advantages might be added the precedent itself of calling the assembly de notables, which would perhaps grow into habit. The hope was that the improvements thus promised would be carried into effect, that they would be maintained during the present reign, and that would be long enough for them to take some root in the Constitution, so that they might come to be considered as a part of that and be protected by time. And the attachment of the nation. The Count de Vergennes had died a few days before the meeting of the Assembly, and the Count de Montmorin had been named Minister of Foreign Affairs in his place. Villedot succeeded Calonne as Comptroller General. Loménie de Brienne, an Archbishop of Thoulouse, afterwards of Sens. Ultimately, Cardinal Loménie was named minister, with whom the other ministers were to principal transact the business of their departments. Hereto, Thomas 1787, Jefferson 109-4, done with the king in person, and the Duc de Nivernois and M. de Malesherbes were called to the council. On the nomination of the minister principal, the marshals de Segur and de Castries retired from war, and the departments of marine, unwilling to act subordinately or to share the blame of proceedings taken out of their direction. They were succeeded by the Count de Brienne, brother of the prime minister, and the Marquis de la Luzerne, brother to him who had been minister in the United States. May 24, dislocated wrist, unsuccessfully set, occasioned advice from my surgeon to try the mineral waters of Aix-en-Provence as a corroborant. I left Paris for that place, therefore, on the 28th of February up the Seine, through Champagne and Burgundy, and down the Rhone through the Beaujolais by Lyons, Avignon, Nismes to Aix, where finding on trial no benefit from the waters, I concluded to visit the rice country of Piedmont, to see if anything might be learned there to benefit the rivalship of our Carolina rice with that, and thence to make a tour of the seaport towns of France, along its southern and western coast, to inform myself if anything could be done to favor our commerce with them. One from Aix, therefore, I took my route by Marseille, Toulon, Nice, could cross the Col de Tende by Coni, Turin, Vercelli, Novara, Milan, Pavia, Novi Genoa. Thence returning along the coast by Savona, Noli, Albenga, Monglia, Monaco, Nice, Antibes, Fréjus, Aix, Marseille, Avignon. One in Washington's edition of Jefferson's writings. A journal of this tour is printed. No, the writings of Huon 1787 Nismes, Montpellier, Frontignan, Sète, Agde, and along the Canal of Languedoc. By Béziers, Narbonne, Cascasson, Castelnaudary, through the Souterrain of Saint-Marguerite. Tiriel and back by Castelnaudary to Toulouse, thence to Montauban, and down the Garonne by Langon to Bordeaux. Then Steto, Rochefort, La Rochelle, Nantes, El Orient, then back by Rennes to Nantes, and up the Loire by Angers, Tours, Amboise, Bleuois, and New Orleans, thence direct to Paris, where I arrived on the Zoth. Soon after my return from this journey to wit, about the latter part of July, I received my younger daughter Maria from Virginia by the way of London, the youngest having died some time before. The treasonable perfidy of the Prince of Orange, Stadtholder and Captain General of the United Netherlands, in the war which England waged against them for entering into a treaty of commerce with the U.S., is known to all. As their executive officer charged with the conduct of the war, he contrived to baffle all the measures of the States General to and dislocate all their military plans, played false into the hands of England and against his own country on every possible occasion. Confident in her protection and in that of the King of Prussia, brother to his princess. The States General, indignant at this patricidal conduct, applied to France for aid, according to the stipulations of the treaty concluded with her in 85. It was assured to them readily, and in cordial terms, in a letter from the Cité de Vergennes to the Marquis de Verac, ambassador of France at The Hague, of which the following is an extract. Thomas 1787, Jefferson 1-1, and quote. Extrait de la dépêche de Monsieur le Comte de Vere, gens à Monsieur le Marquis de Verac, ambassadeur de France, à La Haye, du Lair Mars, 1786. End quote. Le roi concourra autant qu'il ira son pouvoir au succès de la chose, et vous inviterez de sa part patriotes. Vous les assurerez que le roi prend un intérêt véritable qu'à leurs personnes comme qu'à leur cause, et qu'ils peuvent compter sur à sa protection. Ils doivent y compter autant plus, monsieur, que nous ne dissimulons. Le stadholder reprend son ancienne influence. Le système anglois ne tardera pas de prévaloir, et que notre alliance deviendra un titre de raison. Les patriotes sentiront facilement que cette position sera incompatible avec la dignité, comme avec la considération de Sa Majesté. Mais dans le cas, monsieur, où les chefs des patriotes auront à craindre une scission, ils auront le temps suffisant pour ramener de leurs amis que les anglomanes sont égales et préparer les choses de manière que la question. Dans cette hypothèse, le roi vous autorise qu'à agir de concert avec eux, de suivre la direction qu'ils jugeront de vous donner et d'employer. Monsieur, il me reste, monsieur, de vous parler de la sûreté, en quoi. Personnel des patriotes, vous les assurerez que dans tout état de cause, le roi les prend sous à sa protection immédiate. Et vous ferez connaître partout où vous le jugerez nécessaire que Sa Majesté Citizen the Writings of 1787 regardera comme une offense personnelle tout ce qu'on entreprendra contre leur liberté. De second est à présumer que ce langage de nous, avec énergie, on imposera à une audace des anglomanes et que monsieur le prince de Nassau croira courir quelques risques en provoquant le ressentiment de Sa Majesté. This letter was communicated by the Patriot to me when at Amsterdam in 1788, and a copy sent by me to Mr. J in my letter to him of March 16, 1780. The object of the Patriots was to establish a and the more representative Republican government. Majority of the States General were with them, but the majority of the populace of the towns was with the Prince of Orange, and that populace was played off, with great effect by the triumvirate of Chair Harris L., the English ambassador afterwards. Malmesbury, the Prince of Orange a stupid man, and the Princess as much a man as either offer colleagues and in audaciousness, in enterprise, in the thirst of domination. By these, the mobs of The Hague were excited against the members of the States General, and their persons were insulted and endangered in the streets. The sanctuary of their houses was violated. And the prince, whose function and duty it was to repress and punish these violations of order, took no steps for that purpose. The States General, for their own protection, were therefore obliged to place their militia under the command of a committee. The prince filled the courts of London and Berlin. One Sir James Harris died. Thomas 1787, Jefferson 113, with complaints at this usurpation of his prerogatives, and forgetting that he was but the first servant of a republic, marched his regular troops against the city of Utrecht, where the states were in session. They were repulsed by the militia. His interests now became marshaled with those of the public enemy and against his own country. The states, therefore, exercising their rights of sovereignty, deprived him of all his powers. The great Frederick had died in August 86.1. He had never intended to break with France in support of the Prince of Orange. During the illness of which he died, he had thrown the Duke of Brunswick, declared to the Marquis de Lafayette, who was then at Berlin, that he meant not to support the English interest in Holland. That he might assure the government of France his only wish was that some honorable place in the Constitution should be reserved for the stadtholder and his child Red, and that he would take no part in the quarrel unless an entire abolition of the stadtholderate should be attempted. But his place was now occupied by Frederick William, his great-nephew, a man of little understanding, much caprice, and very inconsiderate, and the princess his sister, although her husband was in arms against the legitimate authorities of England, attempting to go to Stardom for the purpose of exciting the mobs of that place, and being refused permission to pass a military post on the way. He put the Duke of Brunswick at the head of 20,000 men, and made demonstrations of marching gun halt. The King of France hereupon 7 ire to Georg, 6th, 87, T.J. Volda 8, i.e. for the writings of Ian 1, 1787, declared by his charge d'affaires in Holland that if the Prussian troops continued to menace Holland with an invasion, His Majesty, in quality of ally, was determined to succor that province, one in and swear to this Eden, gave official information to Count Montmorency that England must consider as at an end its convention with France relative to giving notice of its naval armaments, and that she was arming generally. To war being now imminent, Eden questioned me on the effect of our treaty with France in the case of a war, and what might be our dispositions. I told him frankly and without hesitation that our dispositions would be neutral, and that I thought it would be the interest of both these powers that we should be so, because it would relieve both from all anxiety as to feeding their India Islands, that England, too, by suffering us to remain so, would avoid a heavy land war on our continent, which might very much cripple her proceedings elsewhere. That our treaty indeed obliged us to receive into our ports the armed vessels of France with their prizes, and to refuse admission to the prizes made on her by her enemies. That there was a clause also by which we guaranteed to France her American possessions, which might perhaps force us into the war if these were attacked. End quote. Then it will be war, said he, for they will assuredly be attacked. End quote. 3 Liston at Madrid about the same time made the same inquiries of Carmichael. The government of France then declared a determination to 1 my ire sep 2287 TJ, 2 my ire to JJ sep 24, TJ 3 ire to Carm, Deck 15T, J Thomas 1787. Jefferson 115 form a camp of observation at Givet, commenced arming her marine and named the Belida Safrine Generalissimo on the ocean. She secretly unengaged also in negotiations with Russia, Austria, Spain, to form a quadruple alliance. The Duke of Brunswick, having advanced to the confines of whole land, sent some of his officers to Givet to reconnoiter the state of things there and report them to him. He said afterwards that, end quote, if there had been only a few tents at that, he should not have advanced place further, for that the king would not merely for the interest of his sister engage in a war with France. But finding that there was not a single company there, he boldly entered the country, took their towns as fast as he presented himself before them, and advanced on Utrecht. The states had appointed the Rhinegrave of Sam their commander-in-chief, a prince without talent, without courage, and without principle. He might have held out in Utrecht for a considerable time, but he surrendered the place without firing a gun, literally ran away, hid himself, so that for months it was not known what had become of him. Amsterdam was then attacked and capitulated. In the meantime, the negotiations for the quadruple alliance were proceeding favorably, but the secrecy with which they were attempted to be conducted was penetrated by Fraser, charge d'affaires of England at St. Petersburg, who instantly notified his court and gave the alarm to Prussia. The king saw at once what would be his situation between the jaws of France, Austria, and Russia. In great dismay, he besought the court of London 116, the writings of Juan 1787, not to abandon him, sent Alvin Sleben to Paris to explain and soothe, and England, through the D of Dorset and Eden, renewed her conferences for its accommodation, who shuddered at the idea of war and preferred a peaceful surrender of right to an armed vindication of it, received them with open arms, entered into cordial conferences, and a declaration and counter-declaration were cooked up at Versailles and sent to London for approbation. They were approved there, reached Paris at 8 o'clock of the 27th, and were signed that night at Versailles. It was said and believed at Paris that M. de Montmorency, literally, end quote, pleurait comme un enfant, end quote, when obliged to sign this counter-declaration, So distressed was he by the dishonor of sacrificing the patriots, after assurances so solemn of protection and absolute encouragement to proceed. 1. The Prince of Orange was reinstated in all his powers, now become regal. A great emigration of the patriots took place. All were deprived of office, many exiled, and their property confiscated. They were received in France, and subsisted for some time on her bounty. Thus fell Holland, by the treachery of her chief, from her honorable independence to become a province of England. And so also her stadtholder from the high station of the first citizen of a free republic, to be the servile viceroy of a foreign sovereign. And this was effected by a mere scene of bullying and demonstration, not one of the parties, France, England, or Prussia, having ever really meant to encounter actual war. 1 mile to Jena, 13. Thomas, 1787. Jefferson, 117, for the interest of the Prince of Orange. But it had all the effect of a real and decisive war. Our first essay in America to establish a federative government had fallen on trial, very short of its object. During the War of Independence, while the pressure of an external enemy hooped us together, and their enterprises kept us necessarily on the alert, the spirit of the people, excited by danger, was a supplement to the Confederation, and urged them to zealous exertions, whether claimed by that instrument or not. But when peace and safety were restored, and every man became engaged in useful and profitable occupation, less attention was paid to the calls of Congress. The fundamental defect of the Confederation was that Congress was not authorized to act immediately on the people and by its own officers. Their power was only requisitory, and these requisitions were addressed to the several legislatures, to be by them carried into execution without other coercion than the moral principle of duty. This allowed, in fact, a negative to every legislature on every measure proposed by Congress, a negative so frequently exercised in practice as to benumb the action of the federal government and to render it inefficient in it as general objects, and more especially in pecuniary and foreign consent. The want, too, of a separation of the legislative, executive, and judiciary functions worked disadvantageously in practice. Yet this state of things afforded a happy augury of the future march of our Confederacy. When it was seen that the good sense and good dispositions of the people, as soon as they perceived the writings of E1, 1787, incompetence of their first compact, instead of leaving its correction to insurrection, agreed with one voice to elect deputies to a general convention, who should peaceably meet and agree on such a constitution as, and quote, would ensure peace, justice, liberty, the common defense, and general welfare, end quote. This convention met at Philadelphia on the 25th of May, 87. It sat with closed doors and kept all its proceedings secret until its dissolution on the 17th of September, when the results of their labors were published all together. I received a copy early in November and read and contemplated its provisions with great satisfaction. As not a member of the convention, however, nor probably a single citizen of the Union had approved it in all its parts. So I too found articles which I thought objectionable. The absence of express declarations ensuring freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of the person under the uninterrupted protection of the habeas corpus, and trial by jury, in civil as well as in criminal cases excited by jealousy, and the re-eligibility of the president for life, I quite disapproved. I expressed freely in letters to my friends, and most particularly to Mr. Madison and General Washington, my approbations and objections. How the good should be secured, and the ill brought to rights with the difficulty. To refer it back to a new convention might endanger the loss of the whole. My first idea was that the 9 states first acting should accept it unconditionally, and thus secure what in it was good, and that the 4 last should accept on the previous condition that Thomas 1787, Jefferson 119, certain amendments should be agreed to. But a better course was devised of accepting the whole, and entrusting that the good sense, honest intention of our citizens would make the alterations which should be deemed necessary. Accordingly, all AC accepted 6 without objection, and with recommendations of specified amendments. Those respecting the press, religion, and juries, with several others of great value, were accordingly made. But the habeas corpus was left to the discretion of Congress, and the amendment against the religibility of the president was not proposed by that body. My fears of that feature were founded on the high importance of the office, on the fierce contentions it might excite among ourselves, if continuable for life, and the dangers of interference, either with whom money or arms by foreign nations, to the choice of an American president might become interesting. Examples of this abounded in history, in the case of the Roman emperors, for instance, of the popes, while of any significance, of the German emperors, the kings of Poland, the dies of Barbary. I had observed, too, in the feudal history, and in the recent instance particular of the stadtholder of Holland, how easily offices or tenures for life slide into inheritances. My wish, therefore, was that the competent years be ineligible afterwards. This term I thought sufficient to enable him, with the concurrence of the legislature, and to carry through establish any system of improvement he should propose for the general good. But the practice adopted, I think, is better, allowing his 120, the writings of 1787, continuance for 8 years with a liability to be dropped at halfway of the term, making that a period of probation, that his continuance should be restrained to 7 years was the opinion of the convention at an early stage of it. As session, when it voted that term by a majority of 8, was confirmed by the House so late as July 26, referred to the Committee of Detail, reported favorably by them, and changed to the present form by final vote on the last day, but one only of their session. One of this change 3 states expressed their disapprobation, and in York by recommending an amendment that the president should not be eligible a 3rd time, and Virginia and Carolina that he should not be capable of serving more than 8 in any term of 16 years. And although this amendment has not been made in form, yet practice seems to have established it. The example of 4 presidents voluntarily retiring at the end of their 8th year, the progress of public opinion that the principle is salutary, have given it in practice the force of precedent and usage, insomuch that should a president consent to be a candidate for a 3rd election, I trust he would be rejected on this demonstration of ambitious views. But there was another amendment of which none of us thought at the time, and in the omission of which lurks the germ that is to destroy this happy one. This is an evident error. On September 4th, the Committee of 11 reported a clause making theatre furriers, which was adopted by the convention on the 6th and not altered thereafter. 1787, Thomas Jefferson, 121, combination of national powers in the general government for matters of national concern, and independent powers in the states for what concerns the states. In England, it was a great point gained at the Revolution that the commissions of the judges, which had hitherto been during pleasure, should thenceforth be made during good behavior. A judiciary dependent on the will of the king had proved itself the most oppressive of all tools in the hands of that magistrate. Nothing, then, could be more salutary than a change there to the tenure of good behavior, and the question of good behavior left to the vote of a simple majority in the 2 houses of Parliament. Before the Revolution, we were all good English Whigs, cordial in their free principles and in their jealousies of their executive magistrate. These jealousies are very apparent in all our state constitutions, and in the general government in this instance, we have gone even beyond the English caution by requiring a vote of 2/3 in one of the houses for removing a judge, a vote so impossible where any defense is made, before men of ordinary prejudices and passions, that our judges are effectually independent of the nation. But this ought not to be. I would not indeed make them dependent on the executive authority, as they formerly were in England. But I deem it indispensable to the continuance of this government that they should be submitted to some practical and won in the impeachment of Judge Pickering of New Hampshire, a habitual and maniac drunkard. No defense was made. Had there been the party vote of more than 1/3 of the Senate would have AC quitted him. TJ 122, the writings of Act 1 of 1787, impartial control, and that this to be imparted must be compounded of a mixture of state and federal authorities. It is not enough that honest men are appointed judges. All know the influence of interest on the mind of man. and how unconsciously his judgment is warped by that influence. To this bias, add that of the esprit de corps of their peculiar maxim and creed that, end quote, it is the office of a good judge to enlarge his jurisdiction, end quote, and the absence of responsibility. And how can we expect impartial decision between the general government, of which they are themselves so eminent a part, and an individual state from which they have nothing to hope we or fear? Have seen too that, contrary to all correct example, they are in the habit of going out of the question before them to throw an anchor ahead and grapple further hold for future advances of power. They are then, in fact, the core of sappers and miners steadily working to undermine the independent rights of the states, to consolidate all power in the hands of that government in which they have so important a freehold state. But it is not by the consolidation or concentration of powers, but by their distribution, that good government is effected. We're not this great country already divided into states. That division must be made, that each might do for itself what concerns itself directly, and what it can so much better do than a distant authority. Every state again is divided into counties, each to take care of what lies within it as local bounds. Each county again into townships or wards to manage minuter details, and every ward into Thomas 1787, Jefferson 123 farms, to be governed each by its individual proprietor, were we directed from Washington when to sow, and when to reap we should soon want bread. It is by this partition of cares, descending in gradation from general to particular, that the mass of human affairs may be best managed for the good and prosperity of all. I repeat that I do not charge the judges with willful and ill-intentioned error, but honest error must be arrested where its toleration leads to public ruin. As for the safety of society, we commit honest maniacs to bedlam. So judges should be withdrawn from their bench, whose erroneous biases are leading us to dissolution. It may indeed injure them in fame or in fortune, but it saves the republic, which is the first and supreme law, among the debilities of the government of the Confederation. No one was more distinguished or more distressing than the utter impossibility of obtaining from the states the monies necessary for the payment of debts, or even for the ordinary expenses of the government. Some contributed a little, some less, and some nothing, and the last furnished at length an excuse for the first to do nothing also. Mr. Adams, while residing at The Hague, had a general authority to borrow what sums might be and requisite for ordinary necessary expenses. Interest on the public debt and the maintenance of the diplomatic establishment in Europe had been habitually provided in this way. He was now elected vice president of the USA. Was soon to return to America and had referred our bankers to me for one Adams' return to America before his election as vice president. J24, the writings of Al 1 1787, future counsel on our affairs in their hands. But I had no powers, no instructions, no means, and no familiarity with the subject. It had always been exclusively under his management, except as to occasional and partial deposits in the hands of Mr. Grand Banker in Paris for special and local purposes. These last had been exhausted for some time, and I had fervently pressed the Treasury Board to replenish this particular deposit. As Mr. Grand now refused to make further advances, they sweared candidly that no funds could be obtained until the new government should get into action and have time to make its arrangements. Mr. Adams had received his appointment to the Court of London while engaged at Paris with Dr. Franklin and myself in the negotiations under our joint commissions. He had repaired thence to London without returning to The Hague to take leave of that government. He thought it necessary, however, to do so now, before he should leave Europe, and accordingly went there. I learned his departure from London by a letter from Mrs. Adams received on the very day on which he would arrive at The Hague. A consultation with him and some provision for the future was indispensable, while we could yet avail ourselves of his powers. For when they would be gone, we should be without resource. I was daily dunned by a company who had formerly made a small loan to the U.S., the principal of which was now become due, and our bankers in Amsterdam had notified me that the interest on our general debt would be expected in June. That if we failed to pay it, it would be deemed Thomas 1787, Jefferson 125, an act of bankruptcy and would effectually destroy the credit of the U.S. and all future prospect of obtaining money there, that the loan they had been authorized to open, of which a third only was filled, had now ceased to get forward, and rendered desperate that hope of resource. I saw that there was not a moment to lose, and set out for the Hague on the 2D. Morning after receiving the information of Mr. Adams' journey, I went the direct road by Louvre-Senlis, Roy, Ponset, Maxence, Bois-le-Duc, Gunier, Perron, Cambrai, Bautzen, Valenciennes, Mons, Bruxelles, Malines, Antwerp, Moerdijk, and Rotterdam, to the Hague, where I happily found Mr. Adams. He concurred with me at once in opinion that something must be done, and that we ought to risk ourselves on doing it without instructions. To save the credit of the S foresaw that before the new government could be assembled, establish it as financial system, get the money into the treasury, and place it in Europe, considerable time would elapse. That therefore we had better provide at once for the years 88 and go. In order to place our government at ease and our credit in security during that trying interval, we am set out therefore by the way of Leiden for Sturdam, where we arrived on the Loth. I had prepared an estimate showing that Florence, there would be necessary for the year 88, 537, 1937, 1089, 530, 90, 430, 622,068 to a leaving a deficit of 921, 1949. 7.4, we propose then to borrow $1 million yielding 920,000, which would leave a small deficiency of 1949. 7.4, Mr. Adams accordingly executed a bond for florins each and deposited them in the hands of our bankers, with instructions, however, not to issue them until Congress should ratify the measure. This done, he returned to London, and I set out for Papyrus. And as nothing urgent forbade it, I determined to return along the banks of the Rhine to Strasbourg, and thence strike off to Paris. IAC accordingly left Amsterdam on the 3rd of March, and proceeded by Utrecht, Nijmegen, Cleves, Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Cologne, Bonn, Koblenz, Nassau, Hochheim, Frankfurt, and made an excursion to Hanau, thence to Mayence, and another excursion to Rudzenheim, Johannesburg, then by Oppenheim, Worms, and Mannheim, and an excursion to Heidelberg, then by Speyer, Karlsruhe, Rastatt, Kehl to Strasbourg, where I arrived APR I6th, and proceeded again on the 18th by Pfalzburg, Fenestrange, Videuse, Moyenville, Nancy, Toul, Ligy, Bar-le-Duc, Saint Désirs, Vitry, Chalon-sur-Marne, Epernay, Château, Thierry-Mont to Paris, where I arrived on the 23rd of April, and I had the satisfaction to reflect that, by this journey, our credit was secured. The new government was placed at ease for 2 years to come, and that 1A journal of this tour, kept by Jefferson, is printed in Washington's edition of his writings. Thomas, 1787, Jefferson, 127, as well as myself were relieved from the torment of incessant duns, whose just complaints could not be silenced by any means within our power. A consular convention had been agreed on in 84 between Dr. Franklin and the French government, containing several articles so entirely inconsistent with the laws of the several states and the general spirit of our citizens that Congress withheld their ratification, and sent it back to me with instructions to get those articles expunged or modified so as to render them compatible with our laws. The minister retired unwillingly from these concessions, which indeed authorized the exercise of powers very offensive in a free state. After much discussion, it was reformed in a considerable degree, and the convention was signed by the Count Montmorin and myself on the 14th of November. 88, not indeed such as I would have wished, but such as could be obtained with good humor and friendship. One, on my return from Holland, I had found Paris still in high fermentation as I had left it. Had the Archbishop, on the close of the Assembly of Notables, immediately carried into operation the measures contemplated, it was believed they would all have been registered by the Parliament, but he was slow and presented his edicts one after another, at considerable intervals of time, which gave time for the feelings excited by the proceedings of the notables to cool off, new claims to be advanced, and a pressure won among the Jefferson Estor. In the Department of State are printed copies of both the consular conventions negotiated by Franklin and Jefferson, and the original draft of the latter. in Jefferson as handwriting. 128, the writings of E1 1787 to arise for a fixed constitution, not subject to changes at the will of the king. Nor should we wonder at this pressure when we consider the monstrous abuse of power under which this people were ground to powder. When we pass in review the weight of their taxes and inequality of their distribution, the oppressions of the tithes, of the tallies, the corves, and quoties the gabelles, the farms and barriers, the shackles on commerce by monopolies, on industry by guilds and corporations, on the freedom of conscience, of thought and of speech, on the press by the censure, and of person by letters de cachet, the cruelty of the criminal code generally, the atrocities of the rack, the venality of judges and their partialities to the rich, the monopoly of military honors, by the noblesse, the enormous expenses of the and queen, the princes, the court, the prodigalities of pensions, and the riches, luxury, indolence, and immorality of the clergy. Surely under such a massive misrule and oppression, a people might justly press for a thorough reformation and might even dismount their roughshod riders and leave them to walk on their own, the edicts relative to the legs. Corvees and free circulation of grain were first presented to the Parliament and registered, but those for the impot territorial and stamp tax, offered some time after, were refused by the Parliament, which proposed to call the States General as alone competent to their authorization. Their refusal produced a bed of justice, and their exile to Troyes. The advocates, however, refusing to attend them, a suspension in the administration of justice took place. Thomas 1787, Jefferson 129. The Parliament held out for a while, but the ennui of their exile and absence from Paris begun at length to be felt, and some dispositions for compromise to appear. On their consent, therefore, to prolong some of the former taxes, they were recalled from exile. The king met them in session of 1987, promised to call the States General in the year 92, and a majority expressed their assent to register an edict for successive and annual loans from 1788 to 92. But a protest being entered by the Duke of Orleans, and this encouraging others in a disposition to retract, the king ordered peremptorily the registry of the edict and left the assembly abruptly. The Parliament immediately protested that the votes for the enregistry had not been legally taken, and that they gave no sanction to the loans proposed. This was enough to discredit and defeat them. Hereupon issued another edict for the establishment of a corps plénière, and the suspension of all the parliaments in the kingdom. This being opposed as might be expected by reclamations from all the parliaments and provinces, the king gave way, and by an edict of July 5, 88 renounced his corps plénière, promised the States General for the East of May of the ensuing year, and the Archbishop, finding the times beyond his faculties, accepted the promise of a Cardinal Eshat, was removed. The innocent rejoicings of the people of Paris on this change provoked the interference of an officer of the city guard, whose order for their dispersion not being obeyed, he charged them with fixed bayonets vol on die. 130, the writings of Q1 1788, killed 2 or 3 and wounded many. This dispersed them for the moment, but they collected the next day in great numbers, burnt 10 or 12 guard houses, killed 2 or 3 of the guards, and lost 6 or 8 more of their own number. The city was hereupon put under martial law, and after a while the tumult subsided. The effect of this change of ministers and the promise of the States General at an early day tranquilized the nation. But 2 great questions now occurred. What proportion shall the number of deputies of the tiers etat bear to those of the nobles and clergy? And 2, shall they sit in the same or in distinct apartments? Mr. Necker, desirous of avoiding himself these knotty questions, proposed a second call of the same notables, and that their advice should be asked on the subject. They met, Nov. 988, and by 5 bureaux against 1, they recommended the forms of the states, Gen Earl of 1614, wherein the houses were separate, and voted by orders, not by person. But the whole nation declaring at once against this, and that the tiers etat should be in numbers equal to both the other orders, and the Parliament deciding for the same proportion, it was determined so to be by a declaration of Decree 2788. Report of Mr. Necker to the king of about the same date contained other very important concessions. That the king could neither lay a new tax nor prolong an old one. 2. It expressed a readiness to agree on the periodical meeting of the states. 3. To consult on the necessary restriction on letters de cachet. And 4. How far the press might be made free. 5. It admits that Thomas 1788 Jefferson 131. The states are to appropriate the public money. And 6. That ministers shall be responsible for public expenditures. And these concessions came from the very heart of the king. He had not a wish, but for the good of the nation, and for that object no personal sacrifice would ever have cost him a moment as regret. But his mind was weakness itself, his constitution timid, his judgment null, and without sufficient firmness even to stand by the faith of his word. His queen, too, haughty and bearing no contradiction, had an absolute ascendancy over him. And around her were rallied the king and his brother d'Artois, the court generally, and the aristocratic part of his ministers, particularly Brito, Broglio, Vauguillon, Foulon, Duzer, men whose principles of government were those of the age of Louis XIV. Against this host, the good counsels of Necker, Montmorin, Saint Priest, although in unison with the wishes of the king himself, were of little avail. The resolutions of the morning formed under their advice would be reversed in the evening by the influence of the queen and court. But the hand of heaven weighed heavily indeed on the machinations of this junto, producing collateral incidents, not arising out of the case, yet powerfully co-exciting the nation to force a regeneration of it, its government, and overwhelming with accumulated difficulties this liberticide resistance. For while laboring under the want of money for even ordinary purposes, in a government which required 1,000,000 of livres a day, and driven to the last ditch by the universal call for liberty, there came on a winter of such severe cold through, as was without a 32, the writings of Yuan 1788, example in the memory of man, or in the written records of history. The mercury was at times 50 below the freezing point of Fahrenheit. All outdoor labor was suspended, and the poor, without the wages of labor, were of course without either bread or fuel. The government found its necessities aggravated by that of procuring immense quantities of firewood, and of keeping great fires at all the cross streets, around which the people gathered in crowds to avoid perishing with cold. Bread, too, was to be bought and distributed daily gratis until a relaxation of the season should enable the people to work. And the slender stock of breadstuff had for some time and had raised that article to an enormous price. So great, indeed, was the scarcity of bread, that from the highest to the lowest citizen, the bakers were permitted to deal but a scanty allowance per head, even to those who paid for it, and in cards of invitation to dine in the richest houses. The guest was notified to bring his own bread. To eke out the existence of the people, every person who had the means was called on for a weekly subscription, which the cures collected and employed in providing messes for the nourishment of the poor, and vied with each other in devising such economical compositions of food as would subsist the greatest number with the smallest means. This want of bread had been foreseen for some time past, and Emizo de Montmorin had desired me to notify in America, and that, in addition to the market price, a premium should be given on what should be brought from Thomas 1788 Jefferson 133, the U.S. Act. Notice was accordingly given and produced considerable supplies. Subsequent information made the importations from America during the months of March, April, and May into the Atlantic ports of France amount to about 21,000 barrels of flour, besides what went to other ports and in other months, while our supplies to their West Indian islands relieved them also from that drain. This distress for bread continued till July. Hitherto, no acts of popular violence had been produced by the struggle for political reformation. Little riots on ordinary incidents had taken place, as at other times in different parts of the kingdom, in which some lives, perhaps a dozen or 20, had been lost. But in the month of April, a more serious one occurred in Paris, unconnected indeed with the revolutionary principle, but making part of the history of the day. The Faubourg Saint-Antoine, as a quarter of the city, inhabited entirely by the class of day laborers and journeymen in every line. A rumor was spread among them that a great paper manufacturer of the name of Revillon had proposed on some occasion that their wages should be lowered to 15 sous a day. Inflamed at once into rage, and without inquiring into it, truth, they flew to his house in vast numbers, destroyed everything in it, and in his magazines and workshops, without secreting, however, a pin's worth to themselves, and were continuing this work of devastation when the regular troops were called in. Admonitions being disregarded, they were of necessity fired on, and a regular action ensued, in which about 100 of them, 34, the writings of 1789, were killed before the rest would disperse. There had rarely passed a year without such a riot in some part or other of the kingdom, and this is distinguished only as contemporary with the Revolution, although not produced by it. The States General were opened on the 5th of May, 89, by speeches from the King, the Garde des Sceaux, Lamoignon, and Mr. Necker. The last was thought to trip too lightly over the constitutional reformations which were expected. His notices of them in this speech were not as full as in his previous Chi Rapport au Roi. This was observed to his disadvantage. But much allowance should have been made for the situation in which he was placed, between his own counsels and those of the ministers and party of the court. Overruled in his own opinions, compelled to deliver, and to gloss over those of his opponents, and even to keep their secrets, he could not come forward in his own attitude. The composition of the assembly, although equivalent on the whole to what had been expected, was something different in its elements. It had been supposed that a superior education would carry into the scale of the commons a respectable portion of the noblesse. It did so as to those of Paris, of its vicinity, and of the other considerable cities, whose greater intercourse with enlightened society had liberalized their minds and prepared them to advance up to the measure of the times. But the noblesse of the country, which constituted 2/3 of that body, were far in their rear. Residing constantly on their patrimonial feuds, and familiar Thomas 1789, Jefferson 135 eyes, by daily habit with seigneurial powers and practices, they had not yet learned to suspect their inconsistence with reason and right. They were willing to submit to equality of taxation, but not to descend from their rank and prerogatives to be incorporated in session with the tiers etat. Among the clergy, on the other hand, it had been apprehended that the higher orders of the hierarchy, by their wealth and connections, would have carried the elections generally. But it proved that in most cases, the lower clergy had obtained the popular majorities. These consisted of the cures, sons of the peasantry who had been employed to do all the drudgery of parochial services for 10-20, or 30 louis a year, while their superiors were consuming their and princely revenues in palaces of luxury indolence, the objects for which this body was convened being of the first order of importance. I felt it very interesting to understand the views of the parties of which it was composed, and especially the ideas prevalent as to the organization contemplated for their government. I went therefore daily from Paris to Versailles, and attended their debates generally till the hour of adjournment. Those of the noblesse were impassioned and tempestuous. They had some able men on both sides, and actuated by equal zeal. The debates of the commons were temperate, rational, and inflexibly firm. As preliminary to all other business, the awful questions came on: shall the states sit in one or in distinct departments? And shall they vote by heads or houses? The opposition was soon found to consist of the Episcopal 136, the writings of U1 1789, order among the clergy, and 2/3 of the noblesse, while the tiers etat were, to a man, united and determined. After various propositions of compromise had failed, the commons undertook to cut the Gordian knot. The Abbé Sieyès, the most logical head of the nation, author of the pamphlet Qui est-ce qui le tient état, which had electrified that country, as Pangal Common since did us, after an impressive speech on the ice of June, moved that a last invitation should be sent to the nobles and clergy to attend in the Hall of the States, collect idly or individually for the verification of powers, to which the commons would proceed immediately, either in their presence or absence. This verification being finished, a motion was made on the IFIT that they should constitute themselves a national assembly, which was decided on the lay. By a majority of 4/5, during the debates on this question, about 20 of the cures had joined them, and a proposition was made in the chamber of the clergy that their whole body should join them. This was rejected at first by a small majority only, but being afterwards somewhat modified, it was decided affirmatively by a majority of 11, while this was under debate and unknown to the court, to wit, on the 8th. A council was held in the afternoon at Marly, wherein it was proposed that the king should interpose by a declaration of his sentiments in a séance royale. A form of declaration was proposed by Necker, which, while it censured in general the proceedings both of the nobles and commons, announced the king's views, such as substant Thomas Jefferson, 137, entirely to coincide with the commons. It was agreed to in council. The séance was fixed for the 22 due. The meetings of the states were till then to be suspended, and everything in the meantime kept secret. The members the next morning, repairing to their house as usual, found the doors shut and guarded, a proclamation posted up for a séance royale on the 22 due, and a suspension of their meetings in the meantime. Concluding that their dissolution was now to take place, they repaired to a building called the Jeu de Paume or tennis court, and there bound themselves by oath to each other, never to separate of their own accord, till they had settled a constitution for the nation on a solid basis, and if separated by force, that they would reassemble in some other place. The next day, they met in the church of St. Louis, and were joined by a majority of the clergy. The heads of the aristocracy saw that all was lost without some bold exertion. The king was still at Marly. Nobody was permitted to approach him but their friends. He was assailed by falsehoods in all shapes. He was made to believe that the commons were about to absolve the army from their oath of fidelity to him, and to raise their pay. The court party were now all rage and desperate. They procured a committee to be held consisting of the king and his ministers, to which Monsieur and the Count d'Artois should be admitted. At this committee, the latter attacked Mr. Necker personally, arraigned his declaration, and proposed one which some of his prompters had put into his hands. Mr. Necker was browbeaten and intimidated, and then the 138th, the writings of Team 1000, 1789, King shaken. He determined that the two plans should be deliberated on the next day, and the séance royale put off a day longer. This encouraged a fiercer attack on Mr. Necker the next day. His draft of a declaration was entirely broken up, and that of the Count d'Artois inserted into it. Himself and Montmorin offered their resignation, which was refused, the Count d'Artois saying to Mr. Necker, "No, sir, you must be kept as a hostage. We hold you responsible for all the ill which shall happen." This change of plan was immediately whispered without doors. The noblesse were in triumph. The people in consternation. I was quite alarmed at this state of things. The soldiery had not yet indicated which side they should take, and that which they should support would be sure to prevail. I considered a successful reformation of government in France as ensuring a general reformation throughout Europe, and the resurrection to a new life of their people, now ground to dust by the abuse of the governing powers. I was much acquainted with the leading patriots of the Assembly. Being from a country which had successfully passed through a similar reformation, they were disposed to my acquaintance, and had some confidence in me. I urged most strenuously an immediate compromise, to secure what the government was now ready to yield, and trust to future occasions for what might still be wanting. It was well understood that the king would grant, at this time, freedom of the person, by habeas corpus; 2, freedom of conscience; 3, freedom of the press, 4, trial by jury; 5, a repri Thomas Jefferson, 139 representative legislature; 6, annual meetings; 7, the origination of laws; 8, the exclusive right of taxation and appropriation; and 9, the responsibility of ministers. And with the exercise of these powers, they would obtain in future whatever might be further necessary to improve and preserve their constitution. They thought otherwise, however, and events have proved their lamentable error. For after 30 years of war, foreign and domestic, the loss of millions of lives, the prostration of private happiness, and foreign subjugation of their own country for a time, they have obtained no more, nor even that secure. They were unconscious of, for who could foresee, the melancholy sequel of their well-meant perseverance, that their physical force would be usurped by a first tyrant to trample on the independence and even the existence of other nations. that this would afford fatal example for the atrocious conspiracy of kings against their people, would generate their unholy and homicide alliance to make common cause among themselves, and to crush by the power of the whole the efforts of any part to moderate their abuses and oppressions. When the king passed the next day, through the lane formed from the chateau to the Hotel des Etats, there was a dead silence. He was about an hour in the house delivering his speech and declaration. On his coming out, a feeble cry of Viveroy, quote, was raised by some children, but the people remained silent and sullen. In the close of his speech, he had ordered that the members should follow him and resume their deliberations the next day. The writings of Q1 1789, noblesse, followed him, and so did the clergy, except about 30, who with the tears remained in the room and entered into deliberation. They protested against what the king had done, adhered to all their former proceedings, and resolved the inviolability of their own persons. An officer came to order them out of the room in the king's essence. End quote. Tell those who sent you, said Mirabeau, that we shall not move hence but at our own will, or the point of the bayonet. And, quote, in the afternoon, the people uneasy began to assemble in great numbers in the courts and vicinities of the palace. This produced alarm. The queen sent for Mr. Necker. He was conducted amidst the shouts and acclamations of the multitude who filled all the apartments of the palace. He was a few minutes only with the queen, and what passed between them did not transpire. The king went out to ride. He passed through the crowd to his carriage, and into it, without being in the least noticed. As Mr. Necker followed him, universal acclamations were raised of, and quote, Vive Monsieur Necker, vive le sauveur de la France, opprime y, end quote. He was conducted back to his house with the same demonstrations of affection and anxiety. Deputies of the tiers, catching the enthusiasm of the moment, went to his house and extorted from him a promise that he would not resign. On the 25th, 48 of the nobles joined the tiers, and among them the D of Orleans. There were then with them 164 members of the clergy. Although the minority of that body still sat apart and called themselves the Chamber of the Clergy on the 26th. The Archbishop of Paris joined Thomas, 1789, Jefferson, 141. The tiers, as did some others of the clergy and of the noblesse. These proceedings had thrown the people into violent ferment. It gained the soldiery, first to the French guards, extended to those of every other denomination, except the Swiss, and even to the bodyguards of the king. They began to quit their bar racks, to assemble in squads, to declare they would defend the life of the king, but would not be the murderers of their fellow citizens. They called themselves the soldiers of the nation, and left now, no doubt, on which side they would be in case of rupture. Similar accounts came in from the troops in other parts of the kingdom, giving good reason to believe they would side with their fathers and brothers rather than with their officers. The operation of this medicine at Versailles was as sudden as it was powerful. The alarm there was so complete that in the afternoon of the 27th, the king wrote with his own hand letters to the presidents of the clergy and nobles, engaging them immediately to join the tiers. These two bodies were debating and hesitating when notes from the CT, D'Artois decided their compliance. They went in a body and took their seats with the tiers, and thus rendered the union of the orders in one chamber complete. The assembly now entered on the business of their mission, and first proceeded to arrange the order in which they would take up the heads of their constitution as follows. First, and as preliminary to the whole, a general declaration of the rights of man. Then specifically 142, the writings of 1789, the principles of the monarchy, rights of the nation, rights of the king, rights of the citizens, organize a national assembly forms necessary for the enactment of laws, organization and then functions of the provincial municipal assemblies, duties and limits of the judiciary power, functions and duties of the military power. A declaration of the rights of man, as the preliminary of their work, was accordingly prepared and proposed by the Marquis de Lafayette. But the quiet of their march was soon disturbed by information that troops, and particularly the foreign troops, were advancing on Paris from various quarters. The king had been probably advised to this on the pretext of preserving peace in Paris, but his advisers were believed to have other things in contemplation. The Marshal de Broglio was appointed to their command, a high-flying aristocrat, cool and capable of it. Some of the French guards were soon arrested under other pretexts, but really on account of their dispositions in favor of the national cause. The people of Paris forced their prison, liberated them, and sent a deputation to the Assembly to solicit a pardon. The Assembly recommended peace and order to the people of Paris, the prisoners to the king, and asked from him the removal of the troops. His answer was negative and dry, saying they might remove themselves if they pleased. In the meantime, these troops, to the number of 20 or 30,000, had arrived and were posted in, and between Paris and Versailles, the bridges and passes were Thomas Jefferson 143 guarded. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the nth July, the Count de la Luzerne was sent to notify Mr. Necker of his dismission, and to enjoin him to retire instantly without saying a word of it to anybody. He went home, dined, and proposed to his wife a visit to a friend, but went in fact to his country house at St. Ouen, and at midnight set out for Brussels. This was not known till the next day, Isaacin, when the whole ministry was changed, except Villeduel of the domestic department and Barrington Garde de Sceaux. The changes were as follows: the Baron de Breteuil, president of the Council of Finance; de la Galaisière, comptroller general, in the room of Mr. B. Necker; the Marshal de Broglio, minister of war, and Foulon under him in the room of Puységur; the Duc de la Vauguyon, minister of foreign affairs, instead of the Cité; de Montmorin de la Porte, minister of marine, in place of the Cité; de la Luzerne. Saint-Priest was also removed from the council. Luzerne and Puységur had been strongly of the aristocratic party in the council, but they were not considered as equal to the work now to be done. The king was now completely in the hands of men, the principal among whom had been noted through their lives for the Turkish despotism of their characters, and who were associated around the king as proper instruments for what was to be executed. The news of this change began to be known at Paris about 2 o'clock. In the afternoon, a body of about 100 German cavalry were advanced and drawn up in the place Louis distance in their rear. Swiss posted at a little distance in their rear. This drew people to the H4, the writings of E1 1789, Spot, who thus accidentally found themselves in front of the troops, merely at first as spectators. But as their numbers increased, their indignation rose. They retired a few steps and posted themselves on and behind large piles of stones, large and small, collected in that place for a bridge which was to be built adjacent to it. In this position, happening to be in my carriage on a visit, I passed through the lane they had formed without interruption. But the moment after I passed, the people attacked the cavalry with stones. They charged, but the advantageous position of the people and the showers of stones obliged the horse to retire and quit the field altogether, leaving one of their number on the ground, the Swiss in their rear, not moving to their aid. This was the signal for universal insurrection, and this body of cavalry, to avoid being massacred, retired towards Versailles. The people now armed themselves with such weapons as they could find in armorer, shops, and private houses, and with bludgeons, and were roaming all night through all parts of the city without any decided object. The next day, I3rd, the Assembly pressed on the king to send away the troops, to permit the bourgeoisie of Paris to arm for the preservation of order in the city, and offered to send a deputation from their body to tranquilize them. But their propositions were refused. A committee of magistrates and electors of the city are appointed by those bodies to take upon them its government. The people, now openly joined by the French guards, forced the prison of St. Lazare, release all the prisoners, and take a great Thomas 1789, Jefferson 145 store of coin, which they carried to the coin market. Here they get some arms, and the French guards begin to form and train them. The city committee determined to raise 48 bourgeois, or rather to restrain their numbers to 48, on the E4th. They send one of their members, Montzecorny, to the Hotel des Invalides to ask arms for their garde bourgeois. He was followed by, and he found there a great collection of people. The governor of the Invalides came out and represented the impossibility of his delivering arms without the orders of those from whom he received them. De Corny advised the people then to retire, and retired himself. But the people took possession of the arms. It was remarkable that not only the Invalides themselves made no opposition, but that a body of 5,000 foreign troops within 400 yards never stirred, M. de Corny and 5 others were then sent to ask arms of M. de Launay, governor of the Bastille. They found a great collection of people already before the place, and they immediately planted a flag of truce, which was answered by a like flag hoisted on the parapet. The deputation prevailed on the people to fall back a little, advance themselves to make their demand of the governor, and in that instant, a discharge from the Bastille killed 4 persons of those nearest to the deputies. The deputies retired. I happened to be at the house of M. de Corny when he returned to and received from him a narrative of these transactions. On the retirement of the deputies, the people rushed forward and almost in an instant were in possession of a fortification defended by 100 vaults on 10. 146. The writings of U 1000, 1789. Men of infinite strength, which in other times had stood several regular sieges and had never been taken. They forced their entrance has never been explained. They took all the arms, discharged the prisoners, and such of the garrison as were not killed in the first moment of fury, carried the governor and lieutenant governor to the place de grève, the place of public execution, cut off their heads and sent them through the city in triumph to the Palais. About the same instant, a treacherous courier royal, respondents having been discovered in M2 de Flesselles, prévôt des marchands. They seized him in the Hôtel de Ville, where he was in the execution of his office, and cut off his head. These events, carried imperfectly to Versailles, were the subject of 2 successive deputations from the Assembly to the King, to both of which he gave dry and hard answers, for nobody had as yet been permitted to inform him truly and fully of what had passed at Paris. But at night, the Duc de Liancourt forced his way into the King's bedchamber, and obliged him to hear a full and animated detail of the disasters of the day in Paris. He went to bed fearfully impressed. The decapitation of Delaunay worked powerfully through the night on the whole aristocratic party, insomuch that in the morning, those of the greatest influence on the Count d'Artois represented to him the absolute necessity that the king should give up everything to the Assembly. This according with the dispositions of the king. He went about and o'clock, accompanied only by his brothers, to the Assembly, and there read to them a speech in which he asked their interpret Thomas Jefferson, 147 Tion, to reestablish order. Also, couched in terms of some caution, yet the manner in which it was delivered made it evident that it was meant as a surrender at discretion. He returned to the chateau afoot, accompanied by the Assembly. They sent off a deputation to quiet Paris, at the head of which was the Marquis de Lafayette, who had, the same morning, been named commandant and chef of the milice bourgeoise, and Mons Bailly, former president of the States General, was called for as prévôt des marchands. The demolition of the Bastille was now ordered and begun. A body of the Swiss guards of the regiment of Ventimille and the city horse guards joined the people. The alarm at Versailles increased. The foreign troops were ordered off instantly. Every minister resigned. The king confirmed Bailly as prévôt des marchands, wrote to Mr. de Neckar to recall him, sent his letter open to the Assembly, to be forwarded by them, and invited them to go with him to Paris the next day, to satisfy the city of his dispositions. And that night and the next morning, the Count d'Artois and M.M. de Montesson, a deputy connected with him, Madame de Polignac, Madame de Quiche, and the Count de Vaudreuil, favorites of the Queen, the Abbé de Vermont, her confessor, the Prince of Conde and Duke of Bourbon fled. The king came to Paris, leaving the queen in consternation for his return. Omitting the less important figures of the procession, the king's carriage was in the center. On each side of it, the Assembly, in 2 ranks of foot, at their head, the M.M. de Lafayette, as commander-in-chief on horseback, and Bourgeois 148, the writings of 1789, guards before and behind. About 60 citizens of all forms and conditions, armed with the muskets of the Bastille and invalids, as far as they would go, the rest with pistols, swords, pikes, pruning hooks, scythes, and lined all the streets through which the procession passed, and with the crowds of people in the streets, doors, and windows, saluted them everywhere with cries of, and quote, Vive la nation, and quote, but not a single, and quote, Vive le roi, and quote, was heard. The king landed at the Hôtel de Ville. There M. Bailly presented and put into his hat the popular cockade, and addressed him. The king, being unprepared and unable to answer, Bailey went to him, gathered from him some scraps of sentences, and made out an unswear, which he delivered to the audience as from the king. On their return, the popular cries were, and quote, Vive le roi et la nation. End quote. He was conducted by a guard and bourgeois to his palace at Versailles. Thus concluded an amende honorable as no sovereign ever made, and no people ever received. And here again was lost another precious occasion of sparing to France the crimes and cruelties through which she has since passed, and to Europe, and finally America, the evils which flowed on them also from this mortal source. The king was now become a passive machine in the hands of the National Assembly, and had he been left to himself, he would have willingly acquiesced in whatever they should devise as best for the nation. A wise constitution would have been formed, hereditary in his line, himself placed at its head, with powers so large as to enable him to do all the good of his station, and so limited Thomas Jefferson, 149, as to restrain him from it. This he would have faithfully administered, and more than this one do not believe he ever wished. But he had a queen of absolute sway over his weak mind, and timid virtue, and of a character the reverse of his in all points. This angel, as gaudily painted in the rhapsodies of the Redder Burke, with some smartness of fancy, but no sound sense, was proud, disdainful of restraint, indignant at all obstacles to her will, eager in the pursuit of pleasure, and firm enough to hold to her desires, or perish in their wreck. Her inordinate gambling and dissipations with those of the Count d'Artois and others of her clique had been a sensible item in the exhaustion of the treasury, which called into action the reforming hand of the nation, and her opposition to it, her inflexible perverseness and dauntless spirit, led herself to the guillotine and drew the king on with her, and plunged the world into crimes and calamities which will forever stain the pages of modern history. I have ever believed that had there been no queen, there would have been no revolution, no force would have been provoked nor exercised. The king would have gone hand in hand with the wisdom of his sounder counselors, who, guided by the increased lights of the age, wished only, with the same pace, to advance the principles of their social addiction. The deed which closed the mortal course of these sovereigns I shall neither approve nor condemn. I am not prepared to say that the first magistrate of a nation cannot commit treason against his country, or is unamenable to it as punishment, nor yet that where there is no written 150 the writings of law, no regulated tribunal, there is not a law in our hearts, and a power in our hands, given for righteous employment in maintaining right and redressing wrong. Of those who judged the king, many thought him willfully criminal, many that his existence would keep the nation in perpetual conflict with the horde of kings, who would war against a regeneration which might come home to themselves, and that it were better that one should die than all. I should not have voted with this portion of the legislature. I should have shut up the queen in a convent, put Ting Harm out of her power, and placed the king in his station, investing him with limited powers, which I verily believe he would have honestly exercised according to the measure of his understanding. In this way, no void would have been created, courting the usurpation of a military adventurer, nor occasion given for those enormities which demoralize the nations of the world and destroy, and is yet to destroy millions and millions of its inhabitants. There are 3 epochs in history signalized by the total extinction of national morality. The first was of the successors of Alexander, not omitting himself. The next, the successors of the first Caesar. The third, our own age. This was begun by the partition of Poland, followed by that of the Treaty of Pilnitz, next the conflagration of Copenhagen. Then the enormities of Bonaparte partitioning the earth at his will, and devastating it with fire and sword. Now the conspiracy of kings, the successors of Bonaparte, blasphemously calling themselves the Holy Alliance, and treading in the footsteps of their incarcerated Thomas Jefferson, 151 leader, not yet indeed usurping the government of other nations avowedly and in detail, but controlling by their armies the forms in which they will permit them to be governed, and reserving in petto the order and extent of the usurpations further meditated. But I will return from a digression, anticipated to in time, into which I have been led by reflection on the criminal passions, which refuse to the world a favorable occasion of saving it from the afflictions it has since suffered. Neca had reached Basel before he was overtaken by the letter of the king, inviting him back to resume the office he had recently left. He returned immediately, and all the other ministers having resigned, a new administration was named. To wit, Saint Priest and Montmorin were restored. The Archbishop of Bordeaux was appointed Garde des Sceaux, La Tour du Pin Minister of War, La Luzerne, Minister of Marine. This last was believed to have been affected by the friendship of Montmorin, for although differing in politics, they continued firm in friendship, and Luzerne, although not an able man, was thought an honest one. And the Prince of Beauvau was taken into the council. 7 princes of the blood royal, 6 ex-ministers, and many of the high noblesse having fled, and the present ministers, except Luzerne, being all of the popular party, all the functionaries of government moved for the present in perfect harmony. In the evening of Aubefort, and on the motion of the Viscount de Noailles, brother-in-law of Lafayette, the Assembly abolished all titles of rank, all the 52, the writings of Etoine 1789, abusive privileges of feudalism, the tithes and casualties of the clergy, all provincial privileges, and in fine, the feudal regimen generally. To the suppression of tithes, the Abbé Sives was vehemently opposed, but his learned and logical arguments were unheeded, and his estimation lessened by a contrast of his egoism, for he was beneficed on them, with the generous abandonment of rights by the other members of the Assembly. Many days were employed in putting into the form of laws the numerous demolitions of ancient abuses, which done, they proceeded to the preliminary work of a Declaration of Rights. There being much concord of sentiment on the elements of this instrument, it was liberally framed and passed with a very general approbation. They then appointed a committee for the reduction of a project of a constitution, at the head of which was the Archbishop of Bordeaux, requesting me to attend and assist at their deliberations, but I excused myself on the obvious considerations that my mission was to the king as chief magistrate of the nation, that my duties were limited to the concerns of my own country, and forbade me to intermeddle with the internal transactions of that in which I had been received under a specific character only. Their plan of a constitution was discussed in sections, and so reported from time to time, as agreed to by the committee. The first respected the general frame of the government, and that this should be formed into 3 departments, executive, and was but legislative judiciary, generally agreed. 78-9, Thomas Jefferson, 153, when they proceeded to subordinate developments, many and various shades of opinion came into conflict, and schism, strongly marked, broke the patriots into fragments of very discordant principles. The first question, whether there should be a king, met with no open opposition, and it was readily agreed that the government of France should be monarchical and hereditary. Shall the king have a negative on the laws? Shall that negative be absolute or suspensive only? Shall there be 2 chambers of legislation, or 1 only? If 2, shall one of them be hereditary, or for life, or for a fixed term, and named by the king, or elected by the people? These questions found strong differences of opinion, and produced repulsive combinations among the patriots. The aristocracy was cemented by a common principle of preserving the ancient regime, or whatever should be nearest to it. Making this their polar star, they moved in phalanx, gave preponderance on every question to the minorities of the patriots, and always to those who advocated the least change. The features of the new constitution were thus as assuming a fearful aspect, and great alarm was produced among the honest patriots by these dissensions in ranks. In this uneasy state of things, I received 1-7 a note from the Marquis de Lafayette, informing me that he should bring a party of 6 or 8 friends to ask a dinner of me the next day. I assured him of their welcome. When they arrived, they were Lafayette himself, Duport, Barnave, Alexander Lameth, Blacon, Mounier, Marbourg, and Dagu. These were leading patriots, 154, the writings of C. 1789, of honest but differing opinions, sensible of the necessity of effecting a coalition by mutual sacrifices, knowing each other, and not afraid, therefore, to unbosom themselves mutually. This last was a mate-rile principle in the selection, With this view, the Marquis had invited the conference and had fixed the end time place inadvertently as to the embarrassment under which it might place me. The cloth being removed and wine set on the table, after the American manner, the Marquis introduced the objects of the conference by summarily reminding them of the state of things in the Assembly, the course which the principles of the Constitution were taking, and the inevitable result, unless checked by more concord among the patriots themselves. He observed that although he also had his opinion, he was ready to sacrifice it to that of his brethren of the same cause, but that a common opinion must now be formed, or the aristocracy would carry everything, and that whatever they should now agree on, he, at the head of the national force, would maintain. The discussions began at the hour of 4, and were continued till 10 o'clock in the evening, during which time I was a silent witness to a coolness and candor of argument, unusual in the conflicts of political opinion, to a logical reasoning and chaste eloquence, disfigured by no gaudy tinsel of rhetoric or declamation, and truly worthy of being placed in parallel with the finest dialogues of antiquity, as handed to us by Xenophon, by Plato, and Cicero. The result was an agreement that the king should have a suspensive veto on the laws, that the legislature should be calm, Thomas Jefferson, 155, composed of a single body, only that to be chosen by the people. This concordate decided the fate of the Constitution. The patriots all rallied to the principles thus settled, carried every question agreeably to them, and reduced the aristocracy to insignificance and impotence. But duties of exculpation were now incumbent on me. I waited on Count Montmorin the next morning, and explained to him with truth and candor how it had happened that my house had been made the scene of conferences of such a character. He told me he already knew everything which had passed, that so far from taking umbrage at the use made of my house on that occasion, he earnestly wished I would habitually assist at such conferences, being sure I should be useful in moderating the warmer spirits and promoting a wholesome and practicable reformation only. I told him I knew too well the duties I owed to the king, to the nation, and to my own country to take any part in councils concerning their internal government, and that I should persevere with care in the character of a neutral and passive spectator, with wishes only and very sincere ones, that those measures might prevail which would be for the greatest good of the nation. I have no doubt, indeed, that this conference was previously known and approved by this honest minister, who was in confidence and communication with the patriots, and wished for a reasonable reform of the Constitution. Here, I discontinue my relation of the French Revolution. The minuteness with which I have so far given it its details is disproportioned to the general I56, the writings of E. 1789. But I have thought it justified by the interest which the whole world must take in this revolution. As yet we are but in the first chapter of it, is history. The appeal to the rights of man, which had been made in the U.S., was taken up by France, first of the European nations. From her the spirit has spread over those of the South. The tyrants of the North have allied indeed against it, but it is irresistible. Their opposition will only multiply it, as millions of human victims. Their own satellites will catch it, and the condition of man throughout the civilized world will be finally and greatly ameliorated. This is a wonderful instance of great events from small causes. So inscrutable is the arrangement of causes and consequences in this world, that a twopenny duty on tea, unjustly imposed in a sequestered part of it, changes the condition of all its inhabitants. I have been more minute in relating the early transactions of this regeneration, because I was in circumstances peculiarly favorable for a knowledge of the truth, possessing the confidence and intimacy of the leading patriots, and more than all of the Marquis Fayette, their head and Atlas, who had no secrets from me. I learnt with correctness the views and proceedings of that party, while my intercourse with the diplomatic missionaries of Europe at Paris, all of them with the court and eager in prying into it, his counsels and proceedings gave me a knowledge of these also. My information was always and immediately committed to writing, in letters to Mr. J. and often to my friends, and a recurrence to these letters now me ensures against errors of memory. I, 8-9, Thomas Jefferson, 157. These opportunities of information ceased at this period, with my retirement from this interesting scene of action. I had been more than a year soliciting leave to go home with a view to place my daughters in the society and care of their friends. and to return for a short time to my station at Paris. But the metamorphosis through which our government was then passing from it, its chrysalid to its organic form suspended it as action in a great degree. And it was not till the last of August that I received the permission I had asked. And here I cannot leave this great and good country without expressing my sense of it, its preeminence of character among the nations of the earth. A more benevolent people I have never known, nor greater warmth and devotedness in their select friendships. Their kindness and a commodity unto strangers is unparalleled, and the hospitality of Paris is beyond anything I had conceived to be practicable in a large city. Their eminence, too, in science, the communicative dispositions of their scientific men, the politeness of the general manners, the ease and vivacity of their conversation, give a charm to their society to be found nowhere else. In a comparison of this with other countries, we have the proof of primacy, which was given to the Themistocles after the battle of Salamis. Every general voted to himself the first reward of valor, and the second to Themistocles. So, ask the traveled inhabitant of any nation, in what country on earth would you rather live? Certainly in mine, where are all my friends, my relations, and the earliest and sweetest affections and recollections of my life. Which would be your second choice? France, 158, the writings of Yuan 1789, on the 26th of Sep. I left Paris for Havre, where I was detained by contrary winds until the 8th of Octi on that day, and the GCF. I crossed over to Cowes, where I had engaged the Clermont, Captain Colley, to touch for me. She did so, but here again we were detained by contrary winds until the 22nd, when we embarked and landed at Norfolk on the 23rd of November. On my way home, I passed some days at Eppington and Chesterfield, the residence of my friend and connection, Mr. Eppes, and while there I received a letter from the President General, Washington, by express, covering an appointment to be Secretary of State. I received it with real regret. My wish had been to return to Paris, where I had left my household establishment, as if there myself, and to see the end of the Revolution, which I then thought would be certainly and happily closed in less than a year. I then meant to return home, to withdraw from political life, into which I had been impressed by the circumstances of the times, to sink into the bosom of my family and friends, and devote myself to studies more congenial to my mind. In my answer of DK 15.1, expressed these dispositions candidly to the President and my preference of a return to Paris, but assured him that if it was believed I could be more useful in the administration of the government, I would sacrifice my own inclinations without hesitation and repair to that destination. This I left to his decision. I arrived at Monticello on the 23rd of that day, where I received a second letter from the President, expressing his continued wish that I should take my station there, but leaving me still at liberty to Thomas 179, Jefferson 159 continue in my former office, if I could not reconcile myself to that now proposed. This silenced my reluctance, and I accepted the new appointment. In the interval of my stay at home, my eldest daughter had been happily married to the eldest son of the Tuckahoe branch of Randolphs, a young gentleman of genius, science, and honorable mind, who afterwards filled a dignified station in the general government, and the most dignified in his own state. I left Monticello on the ist of March, 1790, for New York. At Philadelphia, I called on the venerable and beloved Franklin. He was then on the bed of sickness from which he never rose. My recent return from a country in which he had left so many friends, and the perilous convulsions to which they had been exposed, revived all his anxieties to know what part they had taken, what had been their course, and what their fate. He went over all in succession with an animation almost too much for his rapidity strength. When all his inquiries were satisfied, and a pause took place, I told him I had learnt with much pleasure that, since his return to America, he had been occupying for the world the history of his own life. I cannot say much of that, said he, but I will give you a sample of what I shall leave. And he directed his little grandson, William Bash, who was standing by the bedside, to hand him a paper from the table to which he pointed. He did so, and the doctor, putting it into my hands, desired me to take it and read it at my leisure. It was about a quire of folio paper written in large and running, one Thomas Man Randolph, 160, to Baines, etc. I looked into it slightly, then shut it and said I would accept his permission to read it and would carefully return it. He said, end quote, no, keep it, end quote. Not certain of his meaning, I again looked into it, folded it from my pocket, and said again, I would certainly return it. Said he, end quote, no, end quote, keep it, end quote. I put it into my pocket and shortly after took leave of him. He died on the 9th of the ensuing month of April. And as I understood that he had bequeathed all his papers to his grandson, William Temple Franklin, I immediately wrote to Mr. Franklin to inform him I possessed this paper, which I should consider as his property, and would deliver to his order. He came on immediately to New York, called on me for it, and I delivered it to him. As he put it into his pocket, he said carelessly he had either the original or another copy of it. I do not recollect which. This last expression struck my attention forcibly, and for the first time suggested to me the thought that Dr. Franklin had meant it as a confidential deposit in my hands, and that I had done wrong in parting from it. I have not yet seen the collection he published of Dr. Franklin's works, one, and therefore know not if this is among them. I have been told it is not. It contained a narrative of the negotiations between Dr. Franklin and the British ministry when he was endeavoring to prevent the contest of arms which followed. The negotiation was brought about by the intervention of L.D. Howe and his sister, who I believe was called Lady Howe, but I may misremember her title. L.D. Howe seems one it was printed in that edition, 179, Thomas Jefferson, 161, to have been friendly to America and exceedingly anxious to prevent a rupture. His intimacy with Dr. Franklin and his position with the ministry induced him to undertake a mediation between them, in which his sister seemed to have been associated. They carried from one to the other, backwards and forwards, the several propositions and answers which passed, and seconded with their own intercessions the importance of mutual sacrifices to preserve the peace and connection of the two countries. I remember that L.D. North's answers were dry, unyielding, in the spirit of unconditional submission, and betrayed an absolute indifference to the occurrence of a rupture. And he said to the mediators distinctly, at last, that, end quote, a rebellion was not to be deprecated on the part of Great Britain, that the confiscations it would produce would provide for many of their friends. End quote. When this expression was reported by the mediators to Dr. Franklin and indicated so cool and calculated a purpose in the ministry as to render compromise hopeless, and the negotiation was discontinued. If this is not among the papers published, we ask, what has become of it? I delivered it with my own hands into those of Temple Franklin. It certainly established views so atrocious in the British government that its suppression would to them be worth a great price. But could the grandson of Dr. Franklin be in such degree an accomplice in the parricide of the memory of his immortal grandfather? To suspend science for more than 20 years of the general publication, one, neither this expression nor any of Lord North's were given in Franklin's narrative. C.F. Bigelow's writings of Franklin v. 440, vols. 162 writings of Jefferson 1790 bequeathed and confided to him, produced for a while hard suspicions against him, and if at last all are not published, a part of these suspicions may remain with some. I arrived at New York on the 2nd of March, where Congress was in session, so far July 29, 2108. Returned Circulation Department to 202 Main Library, and AMPGT